I don't know if I want to see it. I heard it was supposed to be really sad.
It's the greatest anime ever! There are these 9 countries, right? And each one of them has this super shiny giant crystal called a soul future. And because they have the soul futures, everyone in the world has like these perfect happy lives. But then these monsters called voids start eating all the soul futures. Wow! And if they get all 9 soul futures, then the great void appears and ends the world. So, one by one, the voids are scarfing them all up and everybody's freaking out. It's so wild! Anyway, that's when the best warriors from all 9 countries team up to protect the last soul futures. They're called the 9 Soldiers, which is just the coolest name. And they all fight really hard to save the world from the voids. But then Luke, he...
Isn't traveling across the world doing research. He's at home, cooking a great meal?
But yeah, that's all true, but Sancho, where did you get that?
An excellent assistant knows how to write an excellent introduction. You got it, boss.
Or taking a long walk on the beach? Who wrote this mess?
Hello, everyone. Happy Monday for the Southerners and happy Sunday for the Northerners. How you doing, Tim?
So, I'm doing good.
How was your weekend?
Pretty good. Let's see. I had Thursday off. Had to go back to work Friday and Saturday, and now I got it was normal schedule.
Right.
So, nothing unusual.
Yeah, I've just been working, trying to get this friggin' thing all these comics sorted out for print by the end of December.
How
so we
many
can go
you
into
got?
which,
Seems like you
pardon?
always got a project running.
Yeah, well, there's about 7 of them. So
7
it's just
projects.
trying to make sure that I don't get behind on any of them because we're planning to bring them out around the same time.
Yeah. I can only
So
really afford to do like 1 or 2 projects at a time. So
yeah, but I think this is all I do. So you know,
yeah. Oh,
this and advise on company matters. So well, discuss have meetings and stuff. But
okay.
it keeps me busy. So but I enjoy it. Like, that's the thing, right? If you enjoy what you're doing, it doesn't feel like work.
Right.
I just call it work because it's what I do. you know.
Yeah. I haven't gotten to that point yet. Oh, hey, how's it going? I
And
I haven't gotten to that point where I can just like work on comic books and have that be how I make a living. I still have to
yeah,
work a day job, so I got to consider rent. So I had to kind of trim the fat on people that were doing things for me, for
yeah,
and then I had to basically kind of like, well, basically I'm working on Melvin 4, and after that's
right.
kind of then I can finish up the second Zed and Odysseus Ashcan. But I have been scheduling more shows. Like I did the Author Palooza in October 1st, and
Yeah.
then December 4th um I'm doing a store thing at Rubiot's Books, Games, and Art in Caldwell,
Okay.
Idaho. Yeah. And then I found this. They're doing this whole thing, this whole promotion of different bookstores, and I kind of did a screenshot of it so I can kind of contact each one of those and try to see what I can do.
Yeah.
In store. And then there's comic book outpost in Meridian, Idaho. That I want to try to get in contact with them. So I'm trying to do a
Yeah.
lot of.
I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong here. I think I've got. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what page I'm supposed to be working on. So
Uh,
where is Idaho? I've heard of it and stuff. Is it like the Midwest? What's it close to?
well, it's close to Washington.
Oh, so it's up north there.
It's Northwest, yeah.
Yeah.
I always refer to Washington as the real Northwest because it's
Yeah.
the first thing that comes to mind when you say Northwest. I grew up in Washington, actually. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I grew up on the peninsula. I was born Bremerton, and then I lived in Port Orchard until I was 5, and then I think we moved to Belfair, Washington. So, I didn't live in Texas very long, and then here I am in Idaho. I've only been here for 3 years.
So what's the difference in going from Washington to Idaho? How far away is that?
It's just a state over,
Okay, so it's not that
but
far. Yeah.
no, it's I don't know. Idaho really doesn't have its own, except for potatoes. It really doesn't have its own identity. Really. I mean, Washington was known for gloomy weather and gloomy music and grunge.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's Portland, isn't it? In that area there, Seattle. Sorry, not Portland.
No, yes. Yeah. That's if people are like Washington, like or like I say Bremerton, and I go Bremerton, where's that? And I go, it's just across the water from Seattle. And then they go, oh, okay. There's more places in here than just Seattle.
Yeah. I know because a lot of I remember when the music was hitting, because I was into Alice in Chains and Soundgarden before the grunge thing hit that I can remember, but everything got pulled into the grunge thing, just like with comics, right? Everything gets pulled into just American style comics. They don't, you
Or
know,
crowdfunding.
and,
Yeah.
yeah, and so it's never anything else. It's just like, oh, it's American style comics. That's the way you got to do it.
Yeah.
You can't have anything else different. And so people
Yeah.
start moaning about, yeah, you got to have it this way. You got to have it this way. This is how they got to look. They got, you know, all the
Right.
man got to be muscular, and all the woman's got to be big, you know, big breasted and tight
Or it
clothes and all
has
that.
to be. It has to be a superhero genre. And it's like, well, there's sci-fi fantasy. There's horror. There's, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's really detrimental to the actual medium, because when you start, you know, what is it called, pigeonholing something, you know, it's really stops you from being creative, and actually destroys the industry, because that's what I think has done to the mainstream comics industry,
Yeah.
right? With Marvel and DC, all they do, the majority of their push is superhero comics.
Right.
And so now everybody sees American comics as superhero comics.
Right.
So if you don't like superhero comics, you go elsewhere, and which is why manga and European comics have become so big,
Yeah.
because they don't concentrate on superhero comics.
Well, which brings
Right.
us to that cartoon you recommended I watch,
Yeah.
or anime, whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. It's sequential art put to motion. Anyway.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah,
was
we'll look at that soon,
yeah.
because I want to play the trailer, and
Mm,
and we'll go through and discuss that.
yeah.
But yeah, I think it's like being pigeonholed into anything, right? It's like when you know, in Hollywood they call it typecast.
Typecast.
You know,
Yeah, and that's why I tweeted what I tweeted about. And this is not aimed at all YouTubers, but somebody says, "Well, I'd like to see you do some videos and start your own channel." Blah blah blah, and I'm like, "But that's what everybody's doing, right?"
Yeah.
And so, and my fear is that it becomes all about the algorithm instead about like what you're putting together. It becomes about
Right.
like doing things on your channel, because you see these YouTubers, they go, "Hey guys, I'll do this thing if I get like 100 likes or 100 subs."
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what's that got to do with anything that you're doing? Nothing. It's like so it becomes all about like growing your channel instead of about like working on a. I mean, you see what some of these people do. They do other things other than show working on their books.
Right.
And then their campaigns are still open and not fulfilled.
Yeah,
And
5
so,
years later, right?
5 years later, or after 2 years, they're still talking about how they're adding this and adding that. Would you just finish your magazine style book and put it out there?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that, like, we have become part of the algorithm, and you know, as much as I want to build the channel up and get to reach more people, I think it's better when you have real life people actually checking out your work.
Right.
And this sort of becomes just like the promotion side of it, like saying, hey, look, this is what I'm doing, check out my work, you know, and hopefully you'll enjoy it, and you know, we'll support it. But it becomes where like you want your channel to be the one that's supported, so you can, you know, so you get paid but people get nothing. And I think that's crap, because I think there should be a you know, a switching of product between,
Right.
you know, I do something, I give you money, you give me something back, right?
Right.
It's kind of like, that's how I see super chats as well. If I send you a couple bucks or whatever, I'm doing that because I appreciate you taking your time out of your day to come and talk to us, right? And spend
Right.
time with us. And we can engage with people we know in the chat as well, that we may not know in our real life, right? And that's where I feel that super chats, you know, becomes where you appreciate it. But when when people start freaking doing 20, 30, 50, 60 bucks, 100 bucks, I find that ridiculous, because that just motivates the person to not do the work.
Right.
Right.
Well, another thing is these people that are all about kind of chasing algorithms, and they can't act. They seem to act less than genuine. They don't act like who they really are.
Yeah.
They put on a kind of personality, and it's just like, that's not who you are in real life, dude. That's not the real you. You're trying to put on a persona, and it's a really fake, cheesy ass persona, and not the real who you are. So I just don't
Well,
understand why there are people like that.
there is that, um, there is that showmanship as well, and I appreciate that as well. Like, I mean, it's like getting on a stage and you start performing. So, but you do that from the start. You don't do that halfway through, right?
Yeah.
Like you've been around for 2 years, then you start putting on a show. Start being a showman. I think
Well,
if you do it from the
it's
start,
the
then
things
it's
they
genuine.
say. It's the things they say. There's a type of people they not only put on a persona, but they start like fights with people for no reason. There's no like.
Yeah.
All of a sudden they have a problem with somebody on another channel, so they're gonna start. Then they do that for clout. It's just like, come on.
Did you?
I have no interest in that kind of crap.
Yeah. So this week there was a guy in that got beaten up on live stream by a MMA fighter because he was trying to goad him into, you know, uh, you know, beat the algorithm by using the MMA guy to get more clout, right, on stream. And the guy was just slapping him around because he goaded him into, like, he was trying to put the guy down. He
Yeah,
paid him $30,000, right? I think it was US, to have him on a stream to talk about MMA and him, you know. But then the guy went off on trying to, put him down, put the MMA fighter down and stuff, and make him look like a chump. And the guy was not having it. So, yeah, slapped him
I'm
around, got him on
I'm
face.
sure he pulled his punches because I'm sure he did. I think that he probably
Oh,
did.
yeah.
I mean, he could probably
Yeah,
have
he
killed that
slapped him
guy.
rather than punch him.
Yeah, he could have killed that guy, no problem.
Easy, man. Those guys are trained to kill,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. But I just have no interest in that kind of stuff. It's nonsense to me. It's like, you're gonna be not you're gonna put on a fake persona and just start fights with random people on the internet by having like, and you can tell that they have no issue with these people. They're just kind of playing into something,
Yeah.
and I have no interest
Well,
in
it's
that.
because, like, I mean, that's the thing. That's when you're chasing that money, right? You're chasing that clout, and you're trying to build an audience that's not actually an audience that is going to support you, and they're the internet audience. They're not the audience that will support what you're doing. Um, you know, especially when you're in this, like in the entertainment industry. If you're a musician, if you're, comedian, and if you have live shows, those people aren't going to show up to live shows. They'll just go and watch your, clips online,
Right.
right? They won't actually come and watch you do anything live, and because they got everything they needed out of you online. And I
Yeah.
think that's where, for me, I find like sometimes, because I'm 90% of the time I'm at home, right? Because I just work from home, so the times I get outside the house, I like to talk to people. I like to hang out with people. I don't like to go to the electronic checker, right? I rather stand there for about 20 minutes or 15 minutes, whatever it is, getting my groceries sorted by a human being, than to go pass through for 5 minutes with the machine, right? Because
Right.
it feels so much better when if you're being stuck inside, in front of a computer all day, to finally be able to be around people,
Yeah.
breathe fresh air, and talk to real people and stuff.
Doing that Author Palooza October 1st,
Yeah,
that excitement of making my first book came back again. I mean, honestly, I love making comic books, but
yeah,
like the way people are acting online is just like it wasn't as fun
yeah,
because of the atmosphere. But going to Author Palooza, putting up my booth, and I sold 7 copies, but it was even if when I didn't, I was still having such a good time.
yeah,
And that's why I want to do more of these live events because I have more fun at
yeah,
those events than I do like. And I'm getting so kind of tired of these streams where it's, and I mean they're older, they're usually older than me or the same age, but they're complaining about a movie that hasn't come out yet or has come out, or it's not the same way as it used to be. I'm the kind of guy who likes to see a movie and then decide, do I like this movie or not?
Right.
You know, I can tell you why I hate The Last Jedi because I saw it.
Yeah.
I never have yelled at a movie screen before until that movie because I felt like it wasn't even a full movie.
Oh, you mean the one we're gonna be talking about?
No.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed. It wasn't supposed to be a full movie because it's just a 40. It's a one shot, 50 page, I think. I'll have to find it, but it's like a one shot. Come on.
I liked that movie. I just didn't feel like it was a full movie. I liked it because it was different. It was a slice of life kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's like it's not like
No, it wasn't supposed to be a movie. That's the thing. It's just a one shot story, like not, and then they translated like adapted into because it was because the guy who made it the guy who wrote it and did the art on it, he's actually the creator of Chainsaw Man.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
So it's one of his earlier works. To see him do something like that is totally opposite to Chainsaw Man,
Or you can switch
which
it
is
up.
what blew everybody away because it's such an amazing short, very different style of storytelling.
Sounds like he can kind of switch it up and do other things than just something
Exactly.
and I think that's kind of cool. And like I said, I liked it because it was different and it wasn't like action, but it was compelling enough that I actually watched the whole thing and felt like it was a short movie because it wasn't a full movie, but I liked it.
Right. So I will bring up the trailer and so people can see what we're talking about. So this is where are we? Let me get away from this, bring this up. So this is Look Back. And it's a very this is somebody's done like an English dub but not an official dub. So translation for the trailer.
I really couldn't even tell the difference. The only thing is when they showed the close up of the newspaper clippings, they hadn't translated that. So I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah. So this one, I'd recommend not watching. I mean, even though we're playing this because we're talking about it, I recommend going in blind into this 15-minute short manga adaptation. So this is what. Let me see if I can bring up the Look Back book because I want to buy the book because I was very impressed by the manga the adaptation. Where is it? Come here, book. Right, so it's worth. I think in the US it'll be $15. So this is that one. Come here. Before we go into this, actually, let's watch this, and I'll go into them since I've got this up. Then we'll go on to the book. All right.
Hey, Fujino, your manga strips were really funny again this time. You could be a mangaka when you grow up.
Be a mangaka, huh?
Fujino-sensei!
Yamato?
When it comes to manga, Fujino, you're a genius!
Yamato? Never heard of him.
She's a recluse from the class next to us. She doesn't ever come to school, but wants to give drawing manga a try.
I could show it to you when I'm making it.
I want to see it so badly, I gotta! All I'm saying is that when we get our own manga series, I want to make sure that the art blows everyone out of the water. Alright, and the sky's the limit for my artwork too. We'll do better together. Awesome. All you gotta do is look at my back as I lead the way. Real talk. How long are you gonna stick with the manga?
Are you too old to be obsessed with this art stuff? I never seen time. Then why do you draw, Fujina? Listen, I want to stop relying on you to see if I can do things on my own. Why do I have to draw this? I'm so glad that I didn't because I'm true. But today, I had so much fun going on adventures with you. Back on the daily life. Drawing is a waste of time. It doesn't save anyone. It just Thank you for letting me out of my room.
I heard you say it's not today.
I was like, what really got me was that it's just Chu. I mean, like she's at like she's grade 6 or something. So what is that, like about 10 years old?
Well, grade 6, by American standards.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, well, 6. Let's see, you start. I don't know because it's been such a long time since I've been in school. What
Yeah,
grade-
she's basically a junior. So I was like, well, she's really, it starts off with her being, being, lauded as like as this really good, manga artist at a very young age, and she has like, every time the newspaper goes out, the school newsletter goes out,
How old did
her
you think
work's
she
in there.
was?
Sorry?
You thought she was 10 or something?
Yeah, at least around, before high school.
Oh, that would no. If you were 10, you'd be in like 4th grade.
Right. So yeah, so probably around that then.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I was the fact that, at the start you see her like not really, I mean, she's enjoying, all the accolades everybody's placing on her.
She seems to
Everybody
be
talks
really
about
deep.
her. She's good at everything.
She kind of
And
has
then,
sorry.
Yeah, and then she, like, once she gets challenged by someone being better than her, or what she thinks is being better than her, and then someone who's talking, everybody talks about her as the other person being better than her. She gets all huffety, jealous, and arrogant because now she's like, huh, I lost all the all the applause, and now somebody else is getting it. Somebody who doesn't even show up to his class, and here I'm doing all the work at class, and I'm also having to do all this work, yet she can stay at home and do nothing, right, apart from draw. The really cool thing about the movie was that, I mean, not the movie, like the episode, was that you find out both sides of them, what's going on. And the crazy thing is you never see Kyo's Kyo's parents. The only one that's mentioned is her father. I mean, her mother, sorry. And then her household and outside is like totally, decrepit, and grass is like yellow, dead. Flowers are all dead and everything.
That's
So you
actually
kind of think like there's no dead there.
That's
right?
actually kind of a manga or anime trope, is like the absence of parents or the untimely death of parents, and that's not
Yeah.
to be anti-family. That's That's just to give the main character kind of like another hurdle to overcome.
Yeah, but it also shows that on the other side, Fujimo's basically got both her parents. She's also got a sibling, an older sibling, and who are not very encouraging of her art, right?
Oh yeah, because she doesn't come out of her room, so they.
Yeah. Whereas with Kyo, her solo mom, from what I can understand, is that she's actually just letting her do what she wants, and because
It's
you
not
find out
thrilling. Or,
what I like is like how they actually talk about the shut-in, because I've known about the shut-in lifestyle for probably about 2 decades now, and in Japan and stuff, and now it's more like the similarity with the West now has caught on to that as well. Um, but I think it was really he in the short way that he was he wrote the self-contained manga, right?
yeah, it
He
was
did a really good job,
pretty good.
I have to say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's like very overconfident and egocentric, and the other one
Yeah,
is shy, antisocial, and doesn't have a lot of faith in her own abilities.
right.
It's
And
an
actually, and the other
interesting
weird thing is that
concept.
and the other thing is Fujimo like doesn't realize that the girl who she feels like is competing with her competition is actually sees her as a hero, right?
Yeah, and another thing is like she ends up being the one that kind of inspires her to be better.
Right.
Yeah, but they kind of complement each other.
Yeah. So I think in the US this would be $15.
Mm.
How many pages? So where are we? Doesn't give me a page count.
It's a nice little slice of life story, which doesn't have to be over the top, violent, or anything else. It's just I don't know. It's almost very avant garde, kind of high class kind of writing if you think about it. They're not. If that makes any sense. It's I don't know. It's kind of like a you don't rely on action. They kind of grab people's attention.
Right. But it does have this interesting twist and turn in it that you almost like gives you hope, right?
Yeah, there was a
Um,
couple of times that I had to stop and think like, what's going on here?
yeah,
Because there was that thing that tragedy that happened at the college,
yeah,
and she goes to her door, and you go, she didn't, she actually got killed. Okay, and then it goes
yeah,
to some kind of weird story about her at college, and here comes the axe pick, wielding maniac, and then the other
yeah,
character jumps out of nowhere and kicks the guy, and I'm like, wait, what happened? And then it goes back to, oh, she's imagining it.
yeah. That's one thing that I think. Like, here's the thing, right? This is a comic. This is a story about two comic book artists, right? Two manga artists,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Now,
One does background, and the other one does the character art.
right. So it's a bit of two strangers. One sees the other as their hero, the other sees the other one as their competitor, and yet the two meld together to create this great work, and then they continue. One thing that I did, have you ever seen there is a where is it? Let me find this. So there is this anime manga called Bakuman, right? It was the first box set manga that I actually sold in my store back in 2015.
Right.
And I was surprised that somebody, because I was new to the whole manga thing at that time, that somebody would actually spend I think it must have been about $200 on a 12 box set and ask me to order in for them, right? Um, and it surprised me because nobody had dropped that much for manga before. People would come in for $15 and all that, buy their monthly, get me to bring in the next one, and I would have like the top 10 there on the shelf. But I never sort of I never thought that people were that much into it until that time. How big that manga was, and I I didn't. I should have like pushed that so more than I would have. Had a would have had a what is it called, a like I would have probably might have been still there, but I don't think, I'm glad I'm not, running a store. But I think, if you look back a decade ago, manga was like really coming into its own, and people all around the world were understanding that like there was other things apart from superhero comics, right? That
Right.
you could read books about artists, creating manga. I mean, sorry, creating manga, creating art and stuff. So this is called Bakuman, and this is Mahiro and Takagi team up to pursue their dreams of making it in the manga industry while sharing experiences, successes, and failures along the way. Um, so let me put this on. This is like it's got an 8 out of 10 on IMDb, so it's one of those, you know, more higher rated animes.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh wait, this is not what I'm thinking.
Oh, I thought you were talking about what we were watching.
Oh yeah. No, I'll get to that. I'll get back to that. But this is
Oh, you're talking about something else. Okay.
yeah. So this is this segueing just into another what is it called? Another similar art manga, right? Like what is with this? I mean, people are going to play the same trailer. Here we go.
Just give me a reason to keep my heart beating. Don't worry, it's safe right here in my arms. As the world falls apart around us, all we can do is hold on, hold on.
So the thing here is, right, for me, because how many times have you seen like Western comic people write about the art form, you know, like drawing and writing, comics and stuff, and telling a story about that?
Well, I mean, yeah, something that's kind of a slice of life. They could even write about other things that don't have anything to do with artwork, but it doesn't all have to be superhero.
And that's what I mean by earlier when I was saying that they pigeonhole themselves into the superhero genre. Like, I mean, I enjoy that, but I mean, how many more superhero stories would you read, want to read? Um, can you spend your entire life reading that one genre forever?
I pick up was it a black and white horror mag that does like different comic book stories about that.
Mm.
Like was it creep number one or creep something or other or strange tales or something like that.
Yeah, they got rid of that during the 50s, wasn't it? With
Yeah, it used to be the kind of the big thing, and then superhero comics came in. But I guess they kind of made somewhat of a comeback.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, like for me, I've always wanted to write in any genre I can get my, I can dream up a story about, right? Because I think it has to be about the story, and the genre just comes second. But like, if your story can be set in a different genre, why not? But I mean, Westerners tend to, pigeonhole themselves into specific genres, and that's it, and they're known for that. It's like, you look at Stephen King, right? His entirety of his life, wrote horror books, right? That's all he's ever done. So the other thing he's written was he started going sci-fi with the Bachman books under another name rather than his own name, because he didn't trust that people would actually want to buy his stories if they weren't horror, right?
Right.
And so they stuck, the Running Man, which is, they've got a new adaptation of that. The Long Mile, or the Long Walk. Sorry,
Technically, Shawshank Redemption was not a horror movie.
Yeah, that was like a slice of life, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it definitely wasn't horror. It was definitely about a guy who was wrongly accused of killing his wife,
Yeah.
and then he ends up getting out. But either way, there was no horror in that story whatsoever.
Yeah. But I mean, it shows you that he's a good storyteller, right? And that's what should be most important, is that he can actually tell a good story and do it well. And
Right.
and then when they made the movie, it was such a I can't remember who directed the movie, but the movie was really good as well. So that made people realize that he was actually a good storyteller compared to just being a horror writer. So, speaking about genres, you're currently writing sci-fi, right?
Yes. Sci-fi fantasy, and then Odysseus are sci-fi comedy. But I am like switching out and adding different genres.
Do you what genre do you think you'll be writing in if you were next, if you chose to do genre specific storytelling rather than just concentrating on the story as the main
Ah,
focus?
well, let's see. I'd have to think about it. It has to feel right. Maybe a mystery,
Yeah.
right? But the reason why I chose sci-fi is because at the time people were, you know, um, representation and blah 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 blah. I'm like, well, I'm gonna do sci-fi, and none of y'all are gonna get represented in my story. It was more of a protest, really.
Yeah.
But if I had to do another genre, I definitely would do definitely a mystery.
Right.
But I'd want to do it proper, so I'd have to study up on how to do that.
Yeah.
I have been getting back into studying manga tropes though.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, like I said, issue 4 actually has at least 2 manga tropes. I kind of put them into how I do it. I'm not trying to imitate uh, their style. I'm just trying to incorporate some of their tropes. So there'd be
You mean
like,
just storytelling, right? I mean, like the thing is, like, the reason there's tropes in manga is because it's they found that that's what makes things people enjoy. You know, I think it's kind of like tropes are basically a shortcut to getting people to understand what you're doing,
yeah,
rather than having to spend hours and hours building up to do that,
yeah.
because you know, it works. It
Well, yeah, but
gets you to your story faster
it also
or your
speaks
point.
to different people. So there's a reason why manga speaks to a younger audience, and that's because the younger audience is a very meme-driven culture. So like tropes like breaking the fourth wall constantly, and or making things into comedy is kind of what speaks to them, if that makes
Mm.
sense. So, and then I used tropes like there is a trope about like when something tragic happens, a character will have a flashback to a happier moment with with someone involved in this tragedy. Um, and then there's the absence of parents or the untimely death of parents. So,
Yeah,
like for instance, Alice sees her father dead on the battlefield in issue 4, and then she has a flashback to like um, the hospital where he swears that he won't, he's always going to be around, something like that. But
I didn't think that was a trope. I thought that was just like storytelling trying to build on.
well, it was on a list. I was looking up manga tropes, and there was a list of
Oh, okay,
popular tropes in anime. But and I thought, well, anime is just an adapted version of a manga.
right.
So there's like the character that's a powerhouse, like Goku or something, like basically an uber powerful character or something.
Right.
or like Ken from Fist of the North Star or something. I admit that I'm still looking it up. I'm still studying, but I'm trying to evolve what I do. But most people in this space, and I won't name names, they're kind of stuck in the mainstream sucks, and it's like, yeah, well, maybe the mainstream does suck a little bit, but you can do more damage inside the system than outside the system. And I have this firm belief that you adapt or die. You adapt
Well,
to,
exactly. I mean,
yeah,
there's only so much people put up, will enjoy before. I mean, put up with before they get bored, right?
yeah. Well,
And I
my
mean,
uh,
yeah, and like once you get bored, you become apathetic, and then once you become apathetic, you don't care, and
yeah.
so when that happens, you lose your audience.
Well, and another thing is like you and I and these older people need to realize that if they're only catering to their own peers and their own age group, they're not going to live forever. If when they die, the medium dies. If
Right.
you're not going to try to at least try to learn the language and then try to sell to a younger audience, then this medium will die with us.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I just don't think these people care. They're all they're all about complaining about how bad movies are and then making books, and which are cool books, but they're also books they're like trying to recreate what they used to have, and it's like, well, that time period is gone. You're not going to
Yeah.
have like another Jim Shooter. You're not going to have another Marvel Age or but they don't want to admit that. They want to continue like making books that maybe only like 1% of the population know about, and you can walk up to anybody and say, "Hey, Melvin," and they'd be like, "What? What are you talking about? I don't know what that is."
Yeah.
No, and to me, that's an issue. I can walk up to anybody and say Spider-Man. Yeah, I know who
But
Spider-Man
the
is.
reason for that being there is because they've 80 years to do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
saying. It's going to take a long
so,
time, but
yeah, so if you, and the other thing is like, you look at how many people have built that. It's not just one person, right?
right.
And because they've had so much time to build that, we try, these other people trying to compete to that level. It's a joke. It's really a joke trying to be at their level rather than doing your own thing and building your own thing.
Right.
Trying to like, trying to compete with people on their own level is never going to work.
Well, you have to start off locally and small and then build up. You can't start off there's people who think they're going to make their first book, and after they make their first book, they're going to totally change the game and blah blah blah. And I'm like, how many? I mean, you're trying to sell to a society that has stuff that are constantly being bombarded with buy this, buy that, buy this all the time. The idea that you're going to make something that's going to change the game and you're going to be rich and famous is ridiculous.
Well, the other point there is that like, what was that? I was going to think. Oh yeah. So if you ever go to a secondhand, like either a secondhand bookstore, or a thrift store, you'll find out how much of value is a book in the eyes of people, right?
Right.
Like because there's so many books that are out there, and so many people love their, whatever. But at the end of the day, that all comes to an end. So you have to be constantly changing to to foster a new audience, to reach out to to a greater to a different audience and reader base constantly to grow, right? Which is what you're saying.
Right.
You gotta adapt more and more, because otherwise people will just move on, because there are so many, there's hundreds, and there's probably 1 million plus authors out there doing the same thing that we're doing, right? And what makes them stick out more than we do? And that's basically what it comes down to, is when they find someone, when the publishers, right, what they look for is how much attention somebody is getting from the normal people, right? The
The
everyday
quote
people,
unquote
not people
normies.
online, but the
Yeah.
everyday people, like how much uh, people are reading that book online, but also how many people are buying that book,
Yeah.
you know, out there when they put it out. And so once they see that, then they go chase after them.
Right.
It's like that Laura Olympus, right? Laura Olympus from New Zealand. I can't remember her name, but she's one of the highest selling, you know, webtoons type people around in the Western side of things, right?
Right.
Um, her books have been translated in so many languages, um, and it was just from putting up free freaking things on Webtoons.
She got lucky. Yep.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing. It's luck. It is luck. But then when the thing is, then when the publishers get a hold of her and they tie her into a deal, you know, contracts and stuff, then they're able to push that out there into the algorithm more.
Yeah. And honestly, some people who are famous or become legends, they weren't looking to be famous.
Yeah,
Yeah, like, and I use music as an example. Like, what was Kurt Cobain when Nevermind hit number one? He was sleeping on a park bench because he got kicked out of his apartment.
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
you look at Lane Staley, right? He OD'd, no, alone in his apartment, right?
yeah, yep,
After all that, like toured the world, Grammy nominations, just
yeah.
came off a friggin' one of the greatest, live. Sorry, what is it called acoustic live that they've considered it to
Oh
be like the
yeah, that was
greatest
pretty
live
good.
ever performance.
Yeah,
MTV Alice in Chains, and and here he is alone, dead in his apartment for about 2-3 weeks before anybody realized he was dead. I mean, that is sad. Way to
that
go.
yeah. Or like, was it the Sex Pistols? They put out one album. They could barely even play themselves, but
Yeah,
they changed something. you know,
right. What was it? They were just playing like four notes or something all along
three
the
chords. Three
entire
chords.
thing.
Yeah, they're
Three
playing three
chords.
chords. Have you seen the miniseries where they explain how Steve Jones learned how to play guitar? He would he would be practicing, and then somebody gave him Black Betty's, and he just learned the same Iggy Pop and the Stooges riff over and over again.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But these people weren't looking. I don't think these people were looking to get famous. It just they were at the right spot, the right time, and the environment was just, and there were people willing to exploit them. so
right.
you know, but like all these hardcore bands, like I keep telling people, those people weren't. It's like, what was it? The lead singer of TSOL said. He said, no one ever said, when he's talking about his peers, no one said they're going to play my song on the radio. No, they're not.
Yeah,
They don't want you.
yeah,
You don't apply. You're just doing it for the fun of it.
right.
So, but
You're
like
trying to keep
40
yourself
plus,
fed for another night.
yeah, yeah, 40 plus years later, like the Misfits can play, like can sell out Madison Square Garden. That would never have happened in 82 or 83.
Yeah,
So, I mean, so it just goes to show you some of these people need to wake up and realize don't focus on being famous, just focus on building that audience. And
yeah,
maybe, just maybe, no guarantees.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Science Meets Music. I think it was where the guys talks about all the hits and misses that all these artists have had over time and how the studios have destroyed their fan base. They became a joke to the fan base, by making stupid mistakes and listening to the studio rather than playing what they had, spent years, I should say, building up their, audience and their
Yeah.
listening fans and stuff. And then along comes somebody who decides, oh, we want a radio hit. We want to be on the radio. We want to sell more singles. And it's like, yeah, but my our fans buy records, right? They buy the entire thing. They don't think about singles, right? They don't. I'm like me, man. I never like went, oh, you know what? I'll buy this single from Metallica or Megadeth or or Testament. I'm going to buy the entire album,
Right.
And so now that it's been the push is like, who's got the greatest single? No, it's always been about who's got the greatest album that you can handle listening to the entire way through, because a single can make a person look great for that one song, but entire album means you can make the person look great for decades to come.
Yeah. I mean, you can become successful and keep your integrity.
Yeah. I was gonna play. Well, I do can carry on with this. I'm just gonna bring up this other thing. I saw this. Where is it? I saw this horror. Oh yeah, yes, this is it. So there is a very, very, very horror orientated TV, like a manga adapted into a anime called Happy Sugar Life, right?
You have such strange.
And also for those
They have
people
such
who want to
strange
watch,
titles for their series.
yeah, it's for what it's got titled to, man. It is very, very horrific. Like
I'm just saying, like that doesn't even sound like a horror title. It's like,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. For those who want to watch Look Back movie, this is you can watch it for free on YouTube, and that's here. So, yeah, you don't even have to go, looking elsewhere for it, or because it's all there. Now, this is called Where's Happy Sugar Life? Darn it, I just had it open. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Trailer. Let me find the trailer. This is about like the most creepiest horrors you can watch. Let me bring it up. Full screen. So this has just got subtitles, but I'll just play it.
ただいま。私が見つけた女の子、しおちゃん。私の最愛の人。しおちゃん。しおちゃん、私頑張るね。あなたしかいらない。ずっと一緒にいたい。おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様。ガウガウ。おいしくなーれ、おいしくなーれ。おめでとうございます。きっとこれが愛なのね。この思いを守るためなら、どんなことも許される。好きなら何をしたっていいでしょ。騙しても犯しても。 奪っても殺してもいいと思うの。どんな言葉をもらっても、何をしてもらっても、何も感じなかった。戦慄の純愛サイコホラー。この気持ちを守るために私がやること。ねえ、ありがとう。結構住み心地いいよ。あなたの家。
死が二人を分かつまで、私はさとちゃんが大好きなことを誓います。
ハッピーシュガーライフ。2018年7月より MBS 他にてアニメ放送開始予定。
I watched about 8 episodes of something of it, and you can actually watch it online. Somebody's actually put the show up, but on YouTube, it is creepy yet like sad. Like it's full on horror. Like it's like the most horrific thing, in manga.
Yeah, I don't know if I was sold on any of it.
Yeah, it's the story itself. It's a twist and turning of the tale. So basically, it's this. It's this. Yeah, the tagline is: "This is a horror story of the pure, trembling love of a girl named Sato Matsusaka." Right. This is the IMDb for it. It's one of those like you think it's going to be like the simple, cutesy, something that's called Happy Sugar Life going into it. Yeah, and then you realize that wait, what's going on? And it all starts off being cuddly, cutesy. This teenage, 18-year-old girl, whatever, working, who works as a maid, in a restaurant, at a maid cafe, and she, at home, she goes back to this young girl, right, 5-year-old or 6-year-old, who she takes care of, and you go, oh, this is this is really cool. She's very caring and stuff, and then you realize as it builds up, wait, there's something wrong with this relationship, and there's something wrong in her life, and so it's one of those, it grabs you in thinking that's like, cute and whatever, but then, dude, it just, so if you're going and watching this, it's a full on horror movie, right? A horror series. So the storyline: this is a shivering, pure love horror story of a girl named Sato who has someone she likes. She experienced a sweet feeling when she sleeps with her and thought it must be love. Everything will be forgiven as long as she protects this feeling, even if she tricks, commits crimes, steals, or even kills, she thought, right? It's not like, when they say sleep, it doesn't mean like sexual. It just means that she, whenever she feels she's next to her, she feels like she's in, her life is fine, it's perfect now. So if anything gets in the way of that perfection, she'll do anything to, protect it. So it's another, so in the anime vein, like you got that one with, earlier we were talking about two girls who are manga artists, slice of life, and then you got this other one about two girls who are basically once very protective of that of their relationship, and it's like a total switcheroo. There's nothing healthy about this one, but there's a lot of it just shows like the underbelly of humanity, which is what I thought was why I would bring it up.
I see.
Did you watch any movies recently or TV shows that you find?
I watched Starman, starring Jeff Bridges, which is a very good film.
Oh wow, from the 80s.
Yeah. I remember a long time ago seeing the end of that movie, and I recently watched the whole thing, and that's a good film.
Right.
And they didn't have to show any like graphic violence. It was just a good story.
Right. Damn it. You're pushing the wrong button. Here we go. So let's watch that.
Oh yeah, that's the one. It's
1977, Voyager 2 was launched into space to the outermost regions of the universe. It carried an invitation in all languages for alien life forms to visit our planet. Someone, somewhere, listened and accepted our invitation. Get ready. Someone is coming. Someone like no one she has ever known before.
Can you clone a living organism from the hair of a dead man?
We're hypothesizing a technology that's probably 100,000 years ahead of it.
He has powers we cannot imagine.
I send greetings. What's the matter with you?
How much English do you understand?
I understand greetings in 54 planet Earth languages.
Do you seriously expect me to tell the president that an alien has landed, assumed the identity of a dead house painter, and is presently out tooling around the countryside in a hopped-up 1977 Mustang?
You're not from around here, are you?
Think of what it would mean to talk to a being from a civilization like that. Think of what we could learn.
You don't understand. There isn't much time, please. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. Can't you just leave him alone?
We invited him here. So far to come. So much to do. So little time to fall in love. Look up. Company's coming. John Carpenter's Starman.
He does such underrated movies. I mean, like Big Trouble in Little China. That's a classic.
Yeah.
This movie
I'm Mark Sherman.
So underrated. Yeah.
Yeah.
In 1977.
Yeah, so it's 1984. I was 11 years old. I think I saw it later. I didn't see it at the same time that it was on.
KSTW, which is like that's basically, it was, at the time it was just a local TV station.
Right.
They would show like older movies, not the newer movies that were around in the 90s, but like the 80s all the way back to like maybe the 60s, maybe further back. But yeah, I think I saw the TV edited version of Starman. Just like, they would show every TV edited version of every movie. But yeah, that's a good film.
I remember they had a comic book for it. I was trying to chase it up, but I never ended up actually getting the series. Yeah, they had something called there was a Starman comic book.
But I think that might be a different type of Starman.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it might not be the John Carpenter Starman.
Right.
I think they did kind of make a sequel years later for something. It was like a TV series.
Let me just check because I thought there was the only Starman.
That's what I heard. I have never seen that TV series.
Oh, right. So there was one in 86
Oh,
So that'll be this one here with Robert Hayes. Is it Robert Hayes?
probably.
Yeah,
Probably
this one
didn't.
here.
How many seasons did it have? That's a question I have. Oh,
Um,
he was he the one that was in Airplane?
yeah, yeah,
Ah, dude.
yeah, Robert Hayes.
Oh man,
So they
that's
had
cool.
22 episodes.
Only one season.
Oh yeah, so this is the one. So this is based on that original. So it follows Starman 1984.
I kind of had a feeling it didn't last more than one season.
Well,
I think
22 episodes. It must have been one season in those days. It's
Yeah.
it's one season. Nowadays, it's like 11 episodes or 6 episodes an entire season.
Yeah. I
Crazy
think
how far we've
I
fallen,
think
right?
everybody was watching like A Team or the Rockford Files or Cheers at the time, probably.
Night Rider,
Oh yeah, Knight Rider.
Automan,
Yep.
Blue
Probably later on,
Thunder,
Court.
or Airwolf,
That's probably the
all the
dawn of what
classics.
the dawn of what would be called must see TV was about to happen. It was the late
Yeah.
80s, early 90s, yeah. Definitely before TGI Fridays, which was like, Full House and Full House and Family Matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then of course, Married with Children
Oh yeah.
took over and changed everything.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that in some small cases, satirical humor is good.
Yeah, I think Married with Children basically started the whole Family Guy, Simpsons genres
Yeah.
of the deadbeat dad and so on.
Yeah. There are some deadbeat dads out there. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it wasn't on TV. That's the thing. Like they show them in like movies and stuff, but they wouldn't have them on regular TV.
Oh, you
So
mean yeah? I mean, those are just as worse though. Those TV dads because they were unrealistic. The whole
yeah,
family the whole early happy family dynamic. Parents slept in separate. That was a lie.
well, I mean, you wanted the fantasy though. I mean, that's the whole point of entertainment, right? Is to give you a
Yeah.
fantasy to look up to get you out of your your regular troubled life. I mean, that's the whole point of entertainment is to show something that's not happening in your own home, in your own real life.
Yeah, but you have to be grounded in reality, though. I mean, a little bit.
Well, I don't think not always though. I mean, like that's what, reality shows are for, to be grounded in reality.
Reality
I think
reality
that's
shows aren't really reality. It's fabricated reality.
right.
Yeah,
But I
I don't
mean,
know. I just kind of find that like if I had like an opposite family life than the ones on TV, I'd be kind of pissed off.
yeah, but that's the whole thing is that it's like kind of like hoping that like this is, hey parents, this is how you're supposed to treat your kids, and hey kids, this is how you should be, being around your what you call it, family and your siblings, not beat them up or not abuse them, not bully them.
I guess I
You know,
already had that, so I already had a dad that actually was good to us and took care of us, so I didn't have to imagine that.
right? But I
He
mean,
did. He
majority
did.
of had to imagine that, right?
Yeah.
So I guess in that sense that like they were trying to like give us something other outside of ourselves to look at and be hopeful of. And I think in the way, given the time it was, it actually, I think in a way it was better for society to have that than to have what we have now. Because now you just have like loud-mouthed, abusive kids, um, you know, um, just, you know, in and out of relationships type females and males, you know. And so I think I'd rather have, you know, comedy shows at 6 o'clock than horror shows at 6 o'clock, to be honest.
I don't know. I don't think it's TV that's actually doing that. I think, well, like they say that easy times breed weak people, and hard times breed harder people.
Right.
And I think it's just an example. I think we're a society that has so much junk and so much stuff that we forget. We kind of forget each other. So I think that's probably the issue, is that we have so much stuff. Because I mean,
but that's what I mean. That's
you
like,
go to
so
a poorer country, and they have a better sense of family than we do.
well, it's because it's struggling makes you, and not doesn't mean they have better. Just because they're struggling, they have a better family life. I mean, I've seen some friggin' horrible family lives in the struggling in those poorer countries.
Right.
You know, and I think sometimes we, you know, Westerners tend to infantilize, you know, third world countries, which is kind of detrimental to us not appreciating what we already have. That's actually what these people over there want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is why they keep running over here to get it, and then they turn
Right.
it into where they came from.
Right.
I had some stuff I was going to bring up. Let me just check my oh yeah, check this out. I was going to play this last week, but I forgot. Pop up. So this is an Aussie Army veteran who built a Battlestar Galactica and Colonial Viper and an Iron Man suit for fun, I think. We'll see. Let me just get the link. There it is. There. Bring that over here. Remove that. Stop that. There. Yeah, so I thought those looks cool to check out. All right.
The building for me just kind of happened naturally. A lot of things just fell in my lap. Having the big giants in Hollywood reach out to you, unprompted, unasked, is very, very humbling. People joke all the time, do you sit in the cockpit and go pew pew? I would. And you go, you know what? Yeah, I did. I sat in that cockpit for hours with a coffee and just looked at it and go, I'm sitting in a Viper. It was pretty amazing. G'day, I'm Baz from buildsbybaz.com. I'm a former soldier in the Royal Australian Army. I was in the Army for 16 years doing various roles, and now I work at a forge teaching people how to forge knives and sculptures and other things like that. Teaching other people the skills that I've learned is just a wonderful way to earn a living. I like to show other people what can be done and finding your purpose, because it's helped me a lot. The feeling of importance is a long-lasting thing. I think I left the military in somewhere 05, 06, and I still get that feeling today that perhaps some of the things I do out there don't really matter. I've been through some things I talk to people about, some things I bottle up, but because I've got these outlets, I have a way of coping. When you leave the military and you kind of feel like you're alone because you were part of something very big and very important, when you leave and you sort of transition back into Civvy Street, you feel like nothing you do is important anymore and no one cares and you don't really have any value to anyone. But big projects like this have made that very apparent and have given me a community and skills and capabilities, and now I feel I can kind of tackle anything. The Battlestar Galactica Viper there, it was a transition. It was a long journey from a very, very humble start. I saw people dressed in Halo suits and Stormtrooper outfits, and they were going around and doing kids' charities and things like that. So I thought that would be a great idea to get on board.
With the Star Wars.
That did so much more for me than just the satisfaction of the build itself. Built a massive community and a lot of help, and it was really, really humbling to see people getting on board and helping.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna
very,
pop
very
back
old.
in.
Even though the modern one I did was
All right, dude.
2003, it dates right back to 1960.
Thank you for hanging out.
For me,
Get you soon.
like a lot of other people my age, flying
All right.
around in a cardboard box pretending you were an X-Wing pilot or a Viper pilot, and to come to adulthood and actually go and sit in a life-size full build, it's an incredible feeling. Building the Iron Man suit to go into hospitals and do charity stuff, on one hand you can go, it's kind of an excuse to make me feel better about wasting all this time and money. But on the other hand, it can turn into something really personal. I'll give a special mention to a little boy by the name of Zeke. He was in the Woden Hospital, and little Zeke had very little strength. He was quite scared, as those kids all are. It's a very strange place for them. And it didn't look like he was in a position where he was going to make it. So his mum started crying. I nearly started crying. I had to put the faceplate down because you can't let a kid see Iron Man crying. And little Zeke got just enough strength to get his fist up and give Iron Man a fist bump. I think he's 15, 17, somewhere around that now. And apparently he still talks about it. Even if it was 2 minutes in weeks of being terrified of dying in a scary place, not being around mum and dad, it was worth it for that one kid. My whole reason for sharing is you don't build something like this and put all this time and effort and blood, and yes, I did end up in the hospital. You don't put all that effort in and then not share it. The whole point of making it is to share it and have other people experience that and see just what's possible. I would say to a lot of veterans who are leaving the military is to keep looking up. Don't be afraid of social media. The DVA social media sites are fantastic. There's a lot of good advice on there. And always be looking forward to doing other things, improving the quality of your life. Don't just stagnate in what you know. Take a chance, step out. If you want to take on a new hobby, try a new hobby. You might not like it, try another one. But you've got to go and have a go. What's the other choice?
Yeah, I thought it's something that's really cool. Is like when you get involved in community, it helps you to, and I mean real life community, right? IRL, as people like to say, is that it does something to you mentally. We talk about giving of ourselves and being able to join other people of like-minded, other people with like minds. So that helps us to actually realize that there are other people who who can benefit from what we know, and what we can benefit from what they know. Like, I mean, like as simple as like a gardening community. If you're planting a flower you don't know anything about, you just post on on a gardening group and say, hey, this is I've got this plant and this is what's happening to it. What do you suggest? And you can get help from people who are other gardeners who actually might be newbies, like yourself, or someone who's like been raising orchards their entire life. My dad, like my parents, they have a large kind of like almost like an orchard backyard, and they're constantly all the time growing stuff and planting stuff because they're both retired. and to keep busy and stuff, they they work in the gardens and so on. And I find that it helps them so much to just be able to be out there regularly every day or every other day or whatever, weeding, gardening, because it gets you thinking outside of your own head. And that's the other thing about cosplay. I think a lot of people don't realize with cosplay is that a lot of people who are into cosplay, they're very introverted, and it allows them to be creative and uh, put on the persona of their favorite character, or act like them when they're in their role, in their costume. And I think a lot of times people forget the skill it takes to work on some of that, some of those items. This week, people were talking about this lady who cosplayed, who designed the clothing for Fryren, and she's black. So everybody was like going off about it, and I don't think it was everybody. I was just saying everybody, but like just one or two people were probably going, "Oh, this is appropriation and stuff." I'm like, dude, I played Manji. I'm very dark skinned, and being an Indian, so the fact that someone would have a problem with that, somebody cosplaying as another, as a character, as an elf, right? It's not a real freaking human being, right? They're not real, they're fantasy. So if if people having a problem with someone dressed up in cosplay as some other character, that's not their own real life race, right, or their skin tone, I think people like that who have a problem with that probably need to go breathe some air, or touch grass, is like people like to say. I remember I spent I think around about 200 USD on my costume. The only thing I didn't make by hand was my sandals, because I had to I had to live on a stand in sandals all day long, and I wasn't going to friggin' try to build one. So I basically bought one for about $30 US, and that was the only thing that I did not make. I made my kimono, and I spent time, and a long time, friggin' working out, making sure that I could the sizing was right for me. So I sewed it up, cut it up myself, all the material and stuff. And it took a while to get it right. Going back and forth, because there was nobody showing me how to do it. So I was going to do it myself, right? I borrowed my sister's, I think it was my sister's or my mum's. Let me bring up some images and show you guys what I'm talking about. So this is like, what year was this? Yeah, 3 years ago. So I built this from scratch. But some parts I had to hand sew, and most of it was machine sewn. Right, the belt and everything. Yeah, showing little bits and pieces so you could so lock in collars, patching it up myself, sticking needles in my fingers because I what's it let me go full screen. So I could get it right, and then then realizing it's wrong, and then putting it back on, and resizing, and finally, getting it to a stage where I was happy with it, and then I found out, hey, this was wrong. I had to go back and undo it all, and then start from scratch again. Like I said, it took me friggin' look at the mess, right? This is all the cotton I had to unstitch and stuff. And and I actually did the and this was my design for it, right? So I did the whole exactly the way it is, the manji in the back here, or it's called the manji in Japanese, but it's a svastika in Hinduism, right? And so yeah, just taking it from the this is like the new updated version they did where they got rid of it, and I was like, no, I want the original version, thank you. So this is from the new anime characters, because there's an earlier one where they used the original, and then there was like a newer version that they used. And let's get to this one. So yeah, me trying to size up, you know, is it going to fit under my arm? You know, because here, look, it's just sticking out. It's like, okay, this isn't working right. I've got to fix something. And this is I think it's my mum's one, or might be my sister's. I'm not sure. I think it was my mum's one that I borrowed in the end. Yeah. Yeah, so I bought these materials and then had to size them up, cut them up all to make it work. Oh yeah, and this is the one, right? So this is the one I'm talking about. So this chick goes out of her way to you know, do this character based on, and I like Fryran. Fryran's a really cool story. It's one of my favorites. New anime. This is a great cosplay. The design is great. And I just thought it was kind of stupid that somebody would, you know, go out of the way to, you know, yeah, look at that. 72,000 likes in Japan. Right. So one account, right? One Japanese account criticized it, but yet you had 74,000. And the thing about this is that when it comes to media, right, and social media especially, people tend to focus on that one negative thing rather than that 74,000 positive, right? Things that you know that somebody is enjoying. There's so many people that actually enjoy this, yet that one person is going to ruin it for everybody else because they think, yeah, this is wrong. You know, this is appropriation. It's like what happened with Ghost in the Shell. I thought Ghost in the Shell was really cool because, to be honest, the movie because it just, you know, it allowed a lot of people to watch that and understand how great Ghost in the Shell is as a manga, as an anime, when, you know, when people probably who never heard of it would probably now, after seeing it or hearing about it, would go and check out the original work. What's the you know, in 1995, because it's about 30 years now. So 30, yeah, 30 years now that wait, when did Ghost in the Shell come out? I mean the anime movie, not yeah, 95, right? So it's a 30-year anniversary this year of Ghost in the Shell. It's one of my favorites, if not the favorite. Yeah, look, 10, let me show you. It's yeah, I gave it a 10 out of 10. That's how much I love the series. I've been planning to get the entire friggin' collected manga, the definitive collected thing. It's worth about $150 or something, the hardcover. And every time I've been wanting to get it, I'm like, I've had to go and spend the money on friggin' something else. And I was like, So I'm hoping that, like, you know, somebody will have a secondhand one soon and I'll be able to spend $50 and be able to get it. But yeah, this is one of the great Ghost in the Shell is one of the greatest animes, mangas you can ever watch. The world building is amazing on this thing. Now let's get back to some work. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to finish within my 2 hour time limit I try to give myself to these streams. Right. So this is page number 37 of the comic book. No, not 37, 28 of the comic book. Which is about one full page panel and then 3 set panels on top. Here you can see there's a widescreen and there's like close-ups, wide shots, medium white and medium close-up. And we're on page, I think this one here. Right, so that's that sorted. Save that. Go back to this. There's a lot, there's that one, so then there's this, right? So the weird thing is, like, this is called Tomas, right? So the character in this is called Tomas, and Tomas is the artist, but I wrote this before I met Tomas to be the artist here. So kind of like, it's kind of a, it's one of those like synergy things in the world, right? Where you know, you don't think these, you know, how the, you know, how you connect with the world and stuff. I never thought I would have a guy who I called Tomas in my as a character, and later I would have a Tomas who's an artist work on it, right? And on this book. Let me see where I supposed to go under here. I was wondering where that went. Later. Okay. These are just 2 side characters to the story. Kind of adds to, I guess, fleshing out, you know, adding other characters and just having just the same 2 characters talking in this kind of like slice of life horror story that we've got going on here with the tortoise, which is pinned. Is it pinned? I thought it would be pinned. Hold on. Let me find you guys a link for the Webtoon. So this is the tortoise Webtoon link. The tortoise manga link. Right. Okay. Just checking if I had everything sorted there. Yeah. So, I mean, if for those who are following us on our manga, sorry, on the Webtoons, you were, yeah, we first talked about Ivanka and Tomas. I think it was last 2 pages, 2 pages back, when they were building. Yeah, when they were working on the building site here. And back then they invited our lovebirds here, Amber and Kirsten to go clubbing with them. Which kind of works out well for Tomas because, you know, Ivanka goes to the club as well. And so, you know, so this one's a tricky one because it's a white shot and I got to make sure that's not there because it's part of the next one. So what we'll do is I need to give that a I got to give and I got to correct I corrected it over there, but I didn't correct it here. Where are you? Yeah, here it is as a joke. Oops, capital A. Save that. Got some I received some artwork from Joachim today. He's let me show you this ink cover, this variant cover that we've got coming up for Howler that I got him to do when we released where is it? Howler back one, work folder, covers. Here we go. Open already. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Pick again. Covers. When I transferred my work computer stuff, work from the other old computer to the new old computer, there was so many stuff I was like that it needed to be tidied up, and I'm still trying to tidy it up into links. But I think I'll do it in January when I've got all this work finished, and then I'll put everything in its proper place. It's crazy now. I don't remember where I put the. Where is it? So many work folders. All right. Okay, hold on. I might look at under just because I went and gave it its own little folder, so I wouldn't get lost. And then now, here I am getting lost. All right. Go to original, full, and then look for Joachim. Still not finding it. Oh well. Sure, my brain will go, oh yeah, this is where it is later on. This is where you put it. Also received cover art today as well. Not cover art, sorry, card art. Because we're put with every never mind, we'll get back to that soon. With every comic book we release, we put out about 4 to 5 cards. Sometimes we put out like a freebie card, collector card, because what we're doing is we're releasing it for every issue, 4 cards each, minimum 4 cards each, with information on the back and number of the card on the back. So it all builds up, 1 to 75 or whatever it ends up being, depending on how many comic books we put out as part of the Plunge universe. And then by the time we get to finishing the last 6 issue or whatever, we're going to put out a pack of cards rather than putting out single cards or whatever, 4-pack of cards, sets of cards. We're going to put out actual pack of cards, kind of like a playing deck, right? But we're not doing them as playing cards. So because otherwise it just gets too complicated, but we're doing them as like individual cards numbered, and then 4 cards per every issue we put out to build up to, a big, huge pack of cards later on. Now I'm trying not to trip myself up here by where I am. So we've got this one here, and which means that this is somehow wrong. Because we should have this one here first. Yep, this one here first for the flow of the story. So it makes sense when these two, because it makes sense in the comic book, right? The way it's arranged in a comic book, but it doesn't make sense when you're like, just randomly chucking in text bubbles. And it doesn't make sense what the characters are talking about when they're talking, and they're not even on the screen. Okay, so we go here. It's interesting, like doing webtoons, turning comic pages into webtoons, because it's
Where's that woman?
She made a rather hasty exit in that direction.
To where, though?
I'm unsure.
Oh yeah, she's gone free at last.
Welcome back. Free at last.
Well, I'm back. I was just looking up. There was a Japanese version of the Transformers story. They did like 3 volumes, and I'd love to eventually one day get those.
Oh yeah. Post us a link so we can see what they are.
Sure, I can. Let's see if I can find them. I wanted to see how the story differs from what we know.
Right.
Say manga. Because I guess there's 3 volumes. There actually is a continuation of the original Transformers that the Japanese did called Headmasters.
Right.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me do one better. That they copy the link. That's probably there. Show the second one. Oh, I guess that doesn't work either. Yeah. Anyway, that's you used to be able to copy the address on there, and then it would. Now it gives you the whole thing instead of something short.
Yeah, that really annoys me. That's why it's like whenever I put out our emails, our links, I always I use a tiny link, a tiny URL.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Amazon does that. Yeah. Yeah. See that? I saw that at Barnes and Noble, and I can't find it. That you have to have them order it for you. I kind of wonder what the difference is, though, because the basic story of the cartoon was actually just one big commercial, but they come to they crash land on Earth. Somehow, earthquake revives the Autobots and Decepticons. The first season's about getting Energon so they can return the Cybertron. The second season's pretty much the same, and then the third season takes place after the movie.
Yeah, see, it's weird, right? You try to shorten it, it's like it doesn't even turn up.
Yeah,
I hate these freaking long links.
So I was gonna like ask the AI search what the
right,
premise
ChatGPT and
was.
stuff.
Yeah, what the premise was.
Mm.
What the difference is between
Did it tell you?
No, I didn't get you. Sorry, I have to do it again later, but.
Did they turn this like the manga? Did they turn the manga into anime?
I don't know. No, they did a continuation of the original TV series when it was after it was canceled in the United States.
Right.
Like the fourth season. Technically, there's 4 seasons, but the fourth season's only like 4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah.
And they continued it going. And you could tell the communication was bad because some of the Transformers in the Transformers movie were still alive in it.
Right.
Yeah, you could tell how bad the communication was. So, for like 2 years after the 1986 Transformers movie, the Japanese didn't even know that Prowl was dead or Ratchet was dead, or so because you had like the aftermath of fighting Unicron, and there's Prowl taking orders from Optimus Prime.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, you guys don't know. Prowl got shot through the chest. Yeah. But yeah, I guess there's 3 volumes, and I just wondered how it differed from the. Because if we got the Japanese cartoons and they continued it, we would have seen Soundwave and Blaster duke it out and then get killed, and then remade as let's see, Blaster became Twin Cast, I think, or Soundwave became Twin Cast, and Soundwave became a Headmaster. Galvatron eventually gets killed, and so does Ultra Magnus.
Right.
Yeah, they started introducing like 6-shot, and they actually introduced that there's like a combiner that was like a train for some reason it flew in space. Yeah, there's all kinds of.
Well, I mean, like, what was that one? The combiner. Like, what does it look like?
Oh, it just looked like a train. I think they used it as transport.
Even when I like this is like I hate these sort of stupid friggin' websites where like even when you shrink down, right, it doesn't even shrink it doesn't shrink down. Like I'm going like about 80% here, I think. Yeah, 75%. but like it doesn't give you the entire thing. Look at it. I mean, so let me see if I can find another one of this because it's annoying me. Hold on, another link.
Let me ask the Chat GPT thing again, because I mean, this is like they never introduced it in the American version, so it's like we never got to know who that was.
All right, so here's one. There you go. This is a better one. Well, kind of better.
Oh yeah, the train combiner Raiden. Raiden was the original train-based Autobot combiner from the Takara Diaclone train robo line. Yeah, they got. Yeah. The Autobot train combiner Raiden and his train bots appeared in the Japanese exclusive Transformers The Headmasters 1987 TV series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Later made an appearance in Transformers Super Godmaster Force 1988. Yeah, they never made an appearance. So I kind of think that's kind of shitty for them to cancel the series over here. So we missed a lot of stuff.
But I mean, did they continue it? Like, you know how like Generation 1's over, right? Then they added all this new other new stuff.
I think they tried to revive it doing Generation 2, which
Right.
they didn't do a cartoon, but they did a comic book for
Okay.
Marvel. Yeah, and it was just kind of repainted or remodded Transformers toys that people already had.
Right.
Megatron couldn't turn into a gun anymore. He had to transform into a green tank. Optimus Prime had a black trailer with flames on it for some reason.
Right.
Nothing special. Nothing real. And then they tried to make them action figures like G.I. Joe, so they made Action Masters.
Okay.
I didn't get the original Optimus Prime. I got Power Master Optimus Prime.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of like Transformer toys, like Insectoids and all this freaking stuff I bought, and I came across this random bag of, I think a bag or two of like at a thrift shop, and I just went, yeah, here's my $50. Give me 4 of these bags or whatever it was, or 3 bags, and I found they're like about $100 each, so it's about around $50 US each for even one or two of the items. So it just sits there. I think once in the display unit cabinet, and all the rest are somewhere else in bags.
I definitely want to get the old school Megatron, but there's a bunch of them that didn't even make it over to the U.S. Like there's one that turned into a revolver.
Right.
But the difference is these Diaclones and whatever, they didn't have any backstory.
Right.
That was made up by a Marvel writer for the TV series and the toy line, because they found out American children wanted stories to go along with the toys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, this was like, you know, the whole Labubu thing, how they had all the like the Pop Mart craze, right? Which is like isn't gonna last. So what happens with like with English speaking countries, we like stories to our characters.
Yeah.
We don't want just like because we're trained to have stories behind our characters, right? So whenever we get a toy, we need to know what the toy's from.
Right.
And so it's not just like, here's a toy, play with it. Yeah, but what's it about? What does it do? And so that's why they always like used to put out toys with TV shows, with comic books, with books, you know, so that we would we would buy into it rather than just buy a toy and move on to the next one. That's why I think like Western media, like when it comes around toys and collecting, does a way better job than any other country, apart from Japan, because and Korea right now is trying to catch up because there's story behind it. It's like the whole Pop Mart thing. Oh, here's a cute character. Here's a cute toy. Pay $50 for it, and then what? Oh, it just sits there, right?
Right.
You don't do anything else with it. It just sits there, dude.
Well, I kind of also think that's probably what's missing in indie comic books too, is that we solely have comics and nothing else.
Yeah.
And EVS's toy line would have worked if he had just kept things on schedule.
Yeah, but he's too lazy to do that, dude. Though.
Right, of course. But
I mean, how much money? Like somebody said, he like they made was like in 2018 or something, 2020, 5 million, and now they can't even crash 1 million. That's
right.
like that's 4 million down on because of his laziness and the entire drama streams, right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Eric July is getting richer and richer, and they keep saying, "Oh man, this is the year he's going to go under. He's going to go out of business." Remember 2025?
Yeah, it's like this. They're doing the whole Star Wars is dead on Eric July.
Yeah.
Right. That's what cracks me up. It's like Eric July is dead. Eric July is dead. Eric July is dead. How many more streams? 2 years later. Oh, he's just made 4 million. Oh, 2 million. Oh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, he was supposed to go under this year, but it never happened.
Yeah.
So it's like he's wishful thinking. He's wishing his business to go under, but it's not.
Yeah.
So that's why he keeps on doing Trashcast. And it's just like, if you would just focus on making your books and then trying to make me make something better to kind of, you aren't proving anything.
Well, the best way to prove somebody wrong is you do better.
Yeah,
right?
That's right. You be more successful.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of just talking.
You just put your head down and keep working.
Yeah.
And that's how people because when you keep talking about other people, what happens is that people want to go learn about that other person.
Yeah.
Who is this other person? Right?
Yeah. And he
what are they about?
He can't seem to get him out of he got him shook,
Yeah. That's the problem. When someone's under your skin, just like, that manga we're talking about, I mean, that movie, right? Look Back. She was so shook by, by Caillou that like, she just didn't even want to visit her. It's like she totally gave up being a manga artist. Like something that she was really good at. She gave it up because, she became so jealous and, because everybody was talking about the other person, instead of her just, practicing to get better, she's like, no, there's no point.
Yeah.
But then she gets better and better, and like tries really hard and studies. And then she learns that, well, I can work with that other person, which is what they should have done, right?
Right.
Instead of dog pounding on him.
Well, that's what he does. I mean,
dog pounding.
Dog piling. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he did against me because I dared to ask questions. Is Comicsgate a lie? And we now, I mean, by doing that, he gave me my answer. What I, in actuality, I was actually preparing for a debate with ID Crisis.
Mm.
And of course, he didn't bother asking that. And I didn't want him to bring his fans over there because then they're going to like sway it in his favor.
Right.
which to me is almost like tainting the results. I mean, I already had Comicsgate people like giving me their answer and voting before he found out about it.
Right.
So he just kind of lost his shit and ruined a thing that was not even about him.
Well, that's the thing. It's like he was handed a movement and he burnt it to the ground. Right.
He wasn't handed. He took it. He stole it from
Well, yeah.
everybody.
I mean, the movement was there, and he just took over it, and that's basically like communism, dude. This is what communism does, right? It just takes over. It doesn't it doesn't make it better. It ruins it, burns it to the ground. That's why you see like everybody that's like kind of like in that whole stratosphere of communism, they always basically want things to burn to the ground. Eventually, it does, burn to the ground. And
well, you saw how many people he kicked out of the king's room. Like, was it 8 people? Because 2 people he brought back.
Yeah, but I think
John Malin got kicked out.
Well, the thing is, it's going to be a party of one, right? In the end.
Yeah.
And that's a problem when you do groups. You got to be careful that you don't ostracize people just because you don't like them personally.
Yeah.
Because the rest of the everybody else might like them.
Yeah.
Or the fact that just because you're not happy with them doesn't mean that everybody else isn't.
I guarantee you, it's gonna end it's gonna be like the end of the Social Network movie.
Left on his own.
Yeah, well, remember when he was like sitting there and he's looking at that one person's profile, just refresh.
Yeah.
He's gonna be
was
on
it girl, wasn't it? Some chick.
Some chick. He's gonna be on a live stream and just waiting for people to show up, and no one's ever gonna show because people are just sick of his shit.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen. Trust me. One day.
Yeah.
Maybe soon. Maybe next year. Maybe
2026 at the latest.
Yeah. I'd say almost 2027 going in.
Yeah. Well, like somebody said, some people just like to see the world burn.
Well, you can tell increasingly he's caring less and less about comics.
Oh, he stopped caring about comics when the super chats got really big.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, he really doesn't care now. You don't even see him talking about Rainbow Brood anymore.
Well, because he's not working on it.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you care about something or talk about something if you're not working on it?
I don't know. Well, I mean, he's not working on that United book either.
Yeah, well, that book's burnt. Nobody's going to want that, man, because they can't even keep to a straight story on it. Like they it just gets worse and worse for whatever they try to do, because at the end of the day, they're not really good writers or storytellers. Because the first thing you want to do is they should have just went, Baron, write whatever you think and put out an outline, shows the outline. Okay. Can you change this and that? Now go and write it. That's it. That's all that they should have done. But these guys are artists, not writers. And so because they're, this is from what I hear, because people are talking about what sort of, what they find in their stories, right? Because I've never read their books, so I can't comment on it. But from what people who have actually read and bought from those books, from these guys, the word is that they're not good writers, that their stories don't make sense, or the ones that do, they're probably on their way out. And the rest are just going to be, crying all the time.
Yeah. As far as like for instance, the second book that EVS did, Wrecked Planet.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's got a real weak ending. Right.
Is that actually out?
I know Hargrave did a review of it and then did it he did like a unofficial rewrite of the ending of it. To show how it should have gone. I tell you, it's going to take a long time for us to repair the damage that Comicsgate has done.
It's going to take a way long time, man. You're right. It's going to probably take a decade,
Yep.
and five years, a decade before all those people that have left crowdfunding to ever return.
Yeah.
This is why I decided to not put out anything until it was 100% complete.
Yeah. Well,
Right?
I
Because
personally. Okay, sorry.
yeah, it's because I wanted to, let people know that, we're out here, we complete the work before we come to you and ask for your money, right? And ask for your support. Because then the work is done. Then it's guaranteed to come to you, right? We're not gonna give you, oh, here's the start of the story. Now please fund, go to crowdfunding link here. Give me all your money, and maybe in maybe 2 years or something, when I finish the work, then you get a book. I would rather finish the book and then go to crowdfunding and say, here's my book, it's completed. And now please, if you are able to, please back the book, or maybe send a link out and maybe somebody else might be interested in it and maybe they'll support it. But not freaking put a half-ass attempt out with a link saying, here's a cover, here's my idea, now give me some money and maybe you'll get a book or not. That's damaged the whole crowdfunding, man, when it comes to comic books.
Yep.
It's totally destroyed people's mindset about supporting comic book creators.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, if I kind of feel like we're selling to the same people.
Yes, I noticed that, man. That's like basically what's come down to now. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically selling to each other or selling to selling to the same people.
Yeah, and we're not breaking new ground, and that's why comic books are shrinking.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you guys waking up yet? So that's why I think people should do more real life events and kind of
Yeah.
expand and actually try to sell to people who may not considered even buying a comic before.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's where you got to get out more and into spaces that people outside of just a comic book thing, or when I go to talk about, when I go to other group pages, I just I go like, yeah, this is what excites me, and plus as such and such as a comic book creator, I enjoy this sort of stuff as well, because then people will go, well, what do you mean, what comics, what, I thought you were just the metalhead, but it's like, I think it's when you become too safe, too complacent, you lose you you lose your hunger for stuff, right?
Right.
And so you don't talk about it more. You don't show interest in it. And I think this is what's come down to with that whole side of comics, with these guys on the indie scene, that they're not hungry anymore. They're happy to just go, sit around and talk about other people and shit on other people, then actually do some work.
Exactly. I mean,
I've
there's so
been
many.
looking at some banned animated movies recently. I haven't watched them yet, but I've been getting a list of them. Have you seen some of have you seen those lists they've got online with on YouTube, where they've got like the top 10 banned animation movies you've never seen, or
No.
and why they're
No.
banned lists?
Oh, banned movies?
Yeah, animated movies.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I've seen the banned Grindhouse movies list.
Yeah.
There's some pretty
Yeah,
fucked up
so
movies. I mean,
there was banned animated films. Let me just bring this up. Carry on. I'll just
there's
find
some
this.
pretty messed up movies out there that have been banned. Like some movies that were unbanned, that were rebanned afterwards, or that will never ever get unbanned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of these movies are kind of traded on VHS tapes, like underground stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is a list here. 10 band movies of the 1980s. Let me see. 70s. What if this? So let me. This is just from the 1980s. Let me get rid of that. Do I have a warning image somewhere here? 10 top 10 animated movies of the 1980s that were banned, controversial. This is from the Movieverse channel.
What movie is that?
Don't know. We'll see. We'll play it soon. Let me just find a media that says warning or something. Here we go. Mature content.
There you go. Play it.
All right. Mature content. Oh, was it that one better? Content warning. Oh, we'll do the right one. All right. Okay, here we go. So content warning's done, folks. Following is a mature content warning.
Let this be a warning to little wusses, wimps, and weenies.
Yeah, this is an adult site. I mean, not adult site. This is a mature channel anyway. So yeah.
Yeah. So all you little
What
wussies
happens
take
when
off.
cartoons cross?
Carry on.
I said that all you little wussies take off.
Cross the line and make the world's censors break out in a cold sweat. The 1980s were supposed to be the golden age of neon, synth, and Saturday morning animation. But some animated films got slapped with bans, edits, and outrage instead of applause.
Oh, there was Akira, by the way, the first one.
Are these movies really too dangerous for your eyes?
Heavy metal.
Or are they misunderstood masterpieces? Grab your popcorn and decide for yourself, because what you're about to see is the side of animation studios they'd rather you forget. Akira, 1988. Forget what you think you know about cartoons. Akira is a cinematic atomic bomb that exploded onto the animation scene, leaving scorched earth and singed reputations everywhere it touched. Released at the tail end of the 80s, this Japanese cyberpunk epic didn't just rewrite the rulebook, it burned it. Set in a post-apocalyptic Neo-Tokyo riddled with biker gangs, government conspiracies, and psychic meltdowns, Akira is as subtle as a sledgehammer to the face. The film's visuals are retina-searing, motorbike chases lit by neon, grotesque body horror, and an ending so intense it makes most Hollywood blockbusters look like bedtime stories. But here's where things get nuclear. Akira wasn't just a sensation, it was a scandal. Across Southeast Asia, especially Malaysia and Indonesia, censors lost their minds over the movie's extreme violence, graphic imagery, and dark themes. The psychic explosions and viscera weren't just disturbing, they were deemed politically subversive. Authorities in several countries argued that the film's depiction of chaos, social unrest, and shadowy government science projects was basically an invitation to rebel. That's a pretty heavy accusation for a cartoon. Even in the West, Akira faced an uphill battle. Many theaters refused to screen it, home video releases were delayed, and some versions were chopped to ribbons, watering down the carnage and confusion.
I didn't even realize that. Like, it had so much controversy around it. Because, like, when I watched it, I was like, this is a cool movie. End of story.
Well, yeah, because it was years later.
Oh, no, it was at that time. So, I mean, like, in the 80s when I watched, no, I think, yeah, it was like late 80s when I saw it. It was like, yeah, this is cool.
I didn't see it until, like, the early 2000s.
Really?
I thought it was fucked up, yeah. Especially the one where that one girl's, like, caught between his muscles are expanding and she's getting squished, right? And she pops like a grape.
It's that bad guy, right? The villain.
Oh, was she a villain? Weren't they trying to stop him?
The one that she was getting squished between was a villain.
Oh.
Yeah, if I remember right. Like, it's been like so long. I got to watch it again because they've been trying to make it into a live action for a while.
Yeah. Akira himself was kind of a villain if you think about it. The real hero was the guy on the motorcycle. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh shit, that's fucked up.
Well, the problem is that this is the thing, right? Like, so with Western animation, they've pigeonholed themselves into being just about for children. You know,
Well,
when you
cartoon.
pigeonhole yourself into putting a arts form into just for children, along comes movie you know free thinkers, and artists and creative people going, well, let's use this art form to tell a story that's mature. You know, why just have it pigeonholed?
Well, I mean, it really wasn't when you consider that the Flintstones used to sell cigarettes to the public.
Yeah,
And they were actually
yeah, but that's because
they were
that's
prime time TV.
right. Because they were, that's who they were. The advertisers are paying to put that out there. It's crazy, man. Like, I think, I think we tend to be so censor happy in the West, and I mean, people just tend to be censor heavy nonstop, right? Because they want to tell everybody what they should and shouldn't watch.
Well, think about who's all about censorship. It's usually somebody who doesn't like to watch anything or is not aware of pop culture or anything.
Right.
They kind of have like a Brady Bunch version of reality. That's how they think it should be. It should be like the Brady Bunch.
Right.
Everybody's unrealistically happy. Nothing complicated happens. It's kind of like how some of these dudes want their superhero books. They want it like the '60s Batman, where it's like the villains have capers that are retarded.
Yeah. And then and this is why, like, I mean, I do have a superhero book, right? It's for all ages, but then I've got one or two stories that I've got coming out that are more mature, but there's teen plus, but they're still superhero. But I don't want to be pigeonholed as a writer to be just doing superhero books, because it gets boring. Like, blowing shit up all the time is just boring. Like, it's like just reading something and then throwing it away. There's no sort of like, what is it called? No sort of just there's no like after thought to it. Like, once you read it, you don't care about it anymore. That's what I see superhero comics as. Once you read it, after that, what nothing else. There's no thought about it. Like Look Back. I was thinking about Look Back for ages, because as a creative, as a comic book creator, writer, right? I am thinking about like how amazing it was for these young kids to finally realize that together they were better than being, working on their own, competing it against each other. Well, one person was thinking they were competing.
Yeah.
But I think that's why anime and manga does so well, is because it makes you think. And even though there's so much variety of it, right? It's not just all super friggin' hero things or slice of life.
You can always find something.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can enjoy yourself in another story straight after watching somebody, whatever, Big Mac, Mac as they call them, right? So, Mac anime, and then you could go and watch a slice of life where people are fishing,
right?
And not worry about it because it's people are fishing. What? It's just they're just fishing, or playing golf,
Well,
or creating a anime or manga. Sorry,
yeah. That is pretty different.
Yeah.
That's why I keep telling people, is like, maybe comic books are dying because there's no variety.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of superhero books. Oh, hey, it's Elasma. How's it going, Duck Boy?
All right, I gotta make Elasma a what's it called, man? How do I wait? One sec. I gotta figure out how to make Elasma special.
Yeah, 2 legends on the stream. I know. Why doesn't Elasma come on here? And there can be 3 legends.
Yeah, there you go. Wait, how do I add as moderator? There we go. That's what I was doing. Standard Modo. There you go. Do you want to come on? Hang?
Yeah.
We're talking about like banned animations, animated movies.
He has a lot of interesting takes on a lot of things. So it'd be great to get him on here.
Let me give you a link, man. It'll be cool. I have interviewed the duck before,
Yeah,
so
he is a legendary POC. So we should treat him with utmost respect. Because
we're then we're gonna have two POCs on here, all right?
Yeah. Well, then he's
Look,
but he's very
Tupac.
important.
There we go.
Tupacs.
We could do some rapping.
Yes, but he's very important to this community.
That is true. He is important in the land of Zealandia.
Yes.
All right. So while he's coming, we'll carry on with this.
For more sensitive markets.
Yeah.
And yet, for every ban or cut, the legend of Akira only grew stronger. It became the gateway drug for an entire generation of anime fans and remains a visual touchstone in pop culture. If you've seen The Matrix, Inception, or even Stranger Things, you've seen echoes of its DNA. So, was Akira too much for the 80s to handle? Or did it just expose how unprepared the world was for animation that didn't play by the rules? Either way, the film's ban history proves one thing. Sometimes you have to break a few rules to make a masterpiece.
Exactly.
Grave of the Fireflies, 1988.
Dude, this movie, right?
If you think
my whole thing about Grave of the Fireflies is that you got to watch this, and then watch Godzilla -1.
Really?
Yeah. You watch this, and then Godzilla -1. It makes so much sense because Godzilla takes place right after this. Have you watched Grave of the Fireflies? It's based on it's actually based on a true story. These two like it's based around it's inspired by these two characters, real life characters, a boy and his sister. It's really sad, man. It's like one of those yeah.
Animation is all wisecracking animals and slapstick gags. Brace yourself for Grave of the Fireflies. This Studio Ghibli classic hits harder than a sledgehammer made of sadness. Set in the dying days of World War II, it tells the brutally realistic story of two siblings, Seita and Setsuko, struggling to survive in a Japan reduced to ashes. There's no magical realism here, just hunger, grief, and a slow, painful march toward the unthinkable. You'd expect a film this harrowing to spark debate, but Grave of the Fireflies did more than that. It sparked government panic. In several Asian countries, authorities worried the film's relentless anti-war message would stir up anti-national sentiment or dredge up wartime guilt. Some called it dangerous propaganda, others an insult to national pride. The gut-wrenching scenes of starvation and neglect didn't just make viewers cry, they made censors sweat. Malaysia and South Korea in particular kept the film off their screens for years, fearing it would either traumatize audiences or inflame old wounds. But even in its native Japan, the movie was a political hot potato. Schools debated whether to show it in class.
So, just to back up what I said about being real, inspired by real life kids, this is them. They're here. These are two, the boy and his sister, baby sister.
Oh wow!
Yeah. But yeah, that's what like makes Grave of the Fireflies so much more important.
It does kind of make you think, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Especially when you consider that there's a documentary about like what happened right after the 2 atomic bombs were dropped. Like,
yeah,
people still lived through that thing. They just died a horrible death.
Yeah. Well, the thing was that like if it it was the situation with that was that the emperor was the voice of God,
right?
And so to not do what he said was to blaspheme against God,
right?
And so they were doing such terrible things because God said so, right? The
Well,
emperor.
the emperor
And
actually
so,
wanted to surrender after the first atomic bomb, but the army wasn't having it.
yeah, because they were, because they're, their whole thing was that this must be done, and there's no way out. That's why I say, like, you gotta watch, uh, watch this, then watch -1, Godzilla -1, because it makes more sense because you can see how when they in Godzilla -1 the plane lands, right, and he's there and he's like in grief, like, I should have died, I'm the only survivor, and everybody's shouting at him, yes, you should have died, why are you showing up here on this island, go back out there and fight, and that's why that makes so much sense, because when you watch this and watch that, it's almost like a, yeah, for me, I think Godzilla -1 is a sequel to Grave of the Fireflies for that reason.
I'd say so. I'll definitely have to look up that film.
Yeah, man, I think it should be, yeah, Grave should be around, available.
Elasman says, hearing Tim Olson say makes you think really makes me think. Well, stop thinking so much.
Yeah.
Elasman,
But
you
yeah,
son of a bitch.
this is a must watch. I first watched this when I was at film school back in 2004.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, we went through almost all the Studio Ghibli movies and animated movies during that as part of our as part of our education for my bachelor's degree in filmmaking. Yeah.
Conservative groups accused the film of undermining national morale, yet audiences couldn't look away. Grave of the Fireflies became infamous as the film you only watch once if you have the nerve. The legacy? This wasn't animation for escapists. It was a wake-up call, one so raw, even its home country wasn't sure what to do with it. Grave of the Fireflies proved animation could be more devastating than any live-action drama, and that sometimes a cartoon is the bravest way to confront history's darkest moments. Barefoot Jen.
To be honest, I think cartoons are actually more emotional, depending who you are and what you're used to, in telling a story better than live action. Because a lot of time, live action, it's fake, right? Those people are those people. Whereas in animation, what you see is what you get. Those people are those people. They're not being portrayed as somebody else, acting as somebody else. So those characters on the screen in front of you are able to be real in your head, unlike live action when it's a film. It's these people are actors. Have you watched Barefoot Jen?
I have not seen that. No.
This is another classic.
1983. Some movies ruffle feathers. Barefoot Jen plucked the whole chicken. Adapted from Keiji Nakazawa's autobiographical manga, this film pulls no punches in showing the horrors of Hiroshima's atomic bombing through the eyes of a child. If you thought Grave of the Fireflies was brutal, Barefoot Jen dares you to watch an entire city vaporized, children's hair falling out from radiation, and adults crumbling under the weight of their trauma, all rendered in simple but merciless animation. Now, you'd assume Japan would be the first to champion this kind of historical reckoning. Not quite. Barefoot Jen was met with a firestorm of controversy at home. Some local governments and educational boards outright banned or removed the film and original manga from schools, arguing it was too graphic or inflammatory. Critics accused it of stoking anti-Japanese sentiment and painting the country's wartime leadership as villains. Political groups lobbied to have it suppressed, worried that confronting these uncomfortable truths would weaken national resolve or embarrass Japan on the global stage. And it wasn't just Japan that squirmed. South Korea, still haunted by its own wartime past, tiptoed around screenings of Barefoot Gen, citing national security and public order. In short, too much truth, too soon. But the film wouldn't stay buried. Over the years, teachers, peace activists, and survivors fought to get Barefoot Gen shown to new generations, arguing that shielding people from the reality of nuclear war only guaranteed more ignorance. In the battle between censors and storytellers, the storytellers eventually clawed back some ground. Barefoot Gen isn't just a movie, it's a litmus test. Watch it, and you'll see why those in power sometimes fear art more than bombs. When the Wind Blows, 1986. You've never seen a nuclear apocalypse quite like this. When the Wind Blows takes the genteel English countryside and turns it into ground zero for animated devastation. Adapted from Raymond Briggs's beloved graphic novel, the film follows an elderly couple, Jim and Hilda Bloggs, as they cheerfully bumble through government leaflets, convinced that everything will be all right in the event of nuclear war. Spoiler, it's not. But here's where things get explosive, literally and figuratively. When the Wind Blows wasn't just controversial for its subject matter, its unflinching, bleak portrayal of nuclear fallout and societal collapse was enough to send shivers down the spines of parents, politicians, and broadcasters alike. In the United Kingdom, where the film was produced, debates raged about whether it was responsible to show the film on TV. Some networks pulled planned broadcasts at the last minute, fearing panic or accusations of stoking anti-government paranoia. Across the pond, things weren't any calmer. American distributors hesitated, worried about offending Cold War sensibilities or traumatizing unsuspecting audiences expecting a heartwarming animated tale. In countries like the Soviet Union and its allies, when The Wind Blows was outright banned, labeled as Western propaganda that undermined confidence in the state's nuclear policy. The film's mix of cozy visuals and utter despair turned it into an urban legend. The cartoon that will ruin your day, your year, and maybe your belief in civilization. For some, it was a wake-up call. For others, a dangerous invitation to hopelessness. Here's the punchline. When the Wind Blows is the film that governments wish you'd forget, and once you've seen it, you'll never see the world, or a mushroom cloud, the same way again. Wizards 1977. Bans continued into the 1980s. Before Akira made cyberpunk cool and heavy metal turned heads, Wizards blasted onto screens with a wild psychedelic brew of fantasy, satire, and controversy. Ralph Bakshi's cult classic may have been released in 1977, but its ban and censorship headaches spilled deep into the 1980s, especially in more conservative countries. On the surface, Wizards looks like a zany fantasy romp, elves, fairies, mutant monsters, and epic battles in a post-apocalyptic future. But look a little closer, and you'll spot political allegories, references to Nazi propaganda, and racy imagery that made parents and censors clutch their pearls. Bakshi's movie doesn't just tell a story, it throws punches at fascism, war, and blind faith in technology. Enter the censors. In several Middle Eastern nations, Wizards was swiftly banned for what officials called blasphemy and immoral content. The film's mix of religious symbolism, scantily clad fairies, and satirical swipes at authoritarianism was considered a cocktail too potent for public consumption. Some Eastern European and Asian countries, still wary of any media that mocked government or tradition, followed suit, shelving the film for years. Even in the US and UK, Wizards drew fire for its edgy content. TV broadcasts were heavily edited, removing nudity, violence, and those jaw-dropping propaganda sequences. Yet, the more censors tried to hide Wizards, the bigger its cult following grew. Why did Wizards scare so many? Maybe because it dares to suggest that good guys don't always win, propaganda can brainwash anyone, and magic is just as dangerous as bombs. In a world obsessed with happy endings, Wizards asked what happens when the magic runs out, and for some, that was the most dangerous message of all. The Plague Dogs, 1982. Ready for an animated film that will haunt your dreams and make you question every trip to the pet store? Meet The Plague Dogs, an adaptation of Richard Adams' notorious novel. Yes, the same guy who traumatized you with Watership Down. But this isn't a cuddly adventure with rabbits. This is two desperate lab dogs on the run, pursued by government agents convinced they're carrying the Black Plague. And trust us, the animation does not pull its punches. Right out of the gate, the Plague Dogs were radioactive. The film opens with scenes of animal experimentation so graphic and raw that even horror fans flinched. We're talking drownings, vivisections, and a running body count of innocent creatures. The bleak, rain-soaked English countryside offers no relief, only relentless misery for Rawaf and Snitter, our unlucky canine protagonists. This is not the kind of movie you pop in for family movie night, unless your family enjoys existential dread and crying. Censors were quick to pounce. In the United States, the original uncut theatrical release was practically dead on arrival, slashed for violence and disturbing themes. Many theaters refused to screen it at all, and video distributors took the scissors to entire sequences. Australia, New Zealand, and parts of Europe either outright banned the film or forced severe edits, labeling it inhumane, psychologically harmful, and unfit for children. In Britain, debates raged in Parliament and among animal rights activists. Was this a wake-up call about animal cruelty or just animated torture porn? Here's the kicker. The Plague Dogs was so convincingly bleak.
All right, dude. Cheers, Duckman. Well, you can still work on it while you come on and hang like I'm doing. I'm currently working on this thing while watching and listening in. Setting this up for the Webtoons. Trying to get my bubbles in the right place. Yeah, I have to watch, I think it's Barefoot Gent, Watership Down, and Where the Wind Blows Again. I have it, but I haven't watched it yet. These are like some...
These are pretty, they sound like pretty heavy cartoons.
Yeah.
Especially
I mean,
the
you got to see...
they're walking out, but they're melting as they're walking.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, that's messed up.
Yeah. I think people... Like, this is the thing about animation, right? Is that they like to pigeonhole it into, well, you should only, make animation for kids. And so,
only use the move products.
Yeah. It's just another vehicle to tell a story,
Yeah. Only, but when that was coming out, like some of those stories, like the first two on the list, I mean, that was pretty heavy for Japan, and I've never heard them try to ban anything.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's more in the sense of like national pride, because you can see, like, because this is after they came out from like the Second World War, where the country was devastated. Yet they didn't want to like wallow in that sorrow, right, of being annihilated, close to being annihilated as a people. So you have that side, and then on the other side is that, well, this is showing too much of it, and we shouldn't let other people see what went down and feel sorry for us, because I think that's basically what it comes down to, like that's what like a lot of Indians in Fiji feel about like our past there. Because like we were brought to Fiji around about 1885 as after the end of slavery, to be workers in the fields where to make Fiji and other places industrialized, like farmland, and to become industry, because otherwise the locals would have nothing to move them forward into modernization, right? Because how long can you go be a fisherman for and feed your family with a fish for, right? Because soon, you want a car, you want a horse, right? and you want machinery. So if you can't afford machinery with selling 5 fish a week at the spare that you got to sell at the town, right? So people would, there was like this whole movement into replacing the slave, around the world, that is, after Britain ended slavery and paid off all their slave owners, right, and the trillions. And they're still paying them off now, right, because they took a huge bank loan, and Britain's still paying off interest on their bank loans. So 200 years later, right, because it was such a huge loan they took from the banks. So, but I think a lot of people, and so with Fiji itself, the Indians in Fiji and Indians everywhere under the agreement system, which is called indentured labor, they don't want to talk about it because of, not only was it terrible for them, but also wallowing in that is not going to make you feel good about yourself.
No.
And you feel like a victim, right? So you look at Japan, they move fast so quickly because they don't wallow in it. And now, they've become like the superpower industrial wise, technology wise, because they didn't wallow in it. So if you look at nations and people that wallow in their misery in their past, they never move forward, man. They never move forward, and they still live in poverty and shit.
That's a thing to think about. But another thing they won't ever talk about is how they treated the Chinese.
Yeah, and
They won't
but
talk about
that's
that
also,
either.
I mean, like there's so many people, like war is war, right? And it's always
Right.
going to be horrific, and some people just take it way beyond because, like I said, it was like at that point they could do whatever the hell they wanted. But here's the other side of that. Mao actually thanked the Japanese for that because it allowed them to get into power, which a lot of people don't understand, don't know. And that allowed communism to take hold in China because of what Japan did there. And even Mao said, "Hey, thanks, guys. Stop fucking asking me for our people for forgiveness because we're done. We're done with it. We thank you for because otherwise we wouldn't get into power if you guys didn't do this." So they needed someone to be a scapegoat, and Japan did enough to be a scapegoat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the other thing is the other thing with the forgiveness is that, yeah, I know exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Unit 731. So there was actually meetings between Mao and the Japanese Prime Minister and Premier saying, "Hey, dude, can you stop asking for forgiveness? Because if it wasn't for you people doing what you did in China with your military, we wouldn't be able to get in power, right? We needed
Didn't they
to
do a bad
unite the
movie
entire
about
country
Unit?
against you."
Didn't they do a movie that's banned called Unit 731?
Yeah, but there's also that whole area around there. There's a lot of information around there that's come out. But look, dude, their own leader is grateful that they did it. This is what politicians do, man. Like with Hitler when he was like World War II, right? He needed a scapegoat, so the Jews were the scapegoat. So you got to have a scapegoat to go to war. Otherwise, you got to how is your people going to be united against the common enemy, right? That's why the people say like enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? That sort of shit. Because usually there is so much at play, and people will always take opportunities, right, to make an enemy. So like you look at with comic books, right, with indie comics, Eric July is the big bad, so everybody's united against Eric July, right? Because that's why Comics Gates always talks about Eric July, because he's the big bad, you know. And so yeah, it's just people like always look for the scapegoat, because political people, and even like freaking cults will look for they'll make the world the enemy, right? Don't listen to the people outside our group because they're the enemy, they're evil. We know the truth, yeah. So Alice Matt is saying there's a movie called Man Behind the Sun from Hong Kong from 1988 that was about Unit 731. It was banned in many countries because of its graphic depiction of the human experiments. Yeah. So here's the thing. So the same time that Japanese were doing that, so were the Nazis, right? That's why they allied so well together, the axis of evil, because they were in the whole thing about human experimentation. The mindset was that the two enemies get not enemies, I should say, the two people with the same mindset would get together to do the same evil around the world, and that's why they had to be stopped, and they were, and I think people don't realize that whenever there's some sort of brutality going on, someone's actually behind it all to make sure that it goes on, and people make money from it, a lot of money. Like a lot of the people who are doing some of the terrible things in Nazi Germany were brought over to America as part of advancing technology there, because all the experimentation of human lives, well, someone's going to make money of that later, just doing it safer. It's like animal testing, right? Do we need animals to be tested on for cosmetics and shit at this
Probably
time and
not.
period?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we really don't, because we live in 2025. We have enough information to know that this chemical will do this thing, this will do this thing, right? So we don't need to try to friggin' come up with new ways to see what will harm people and stuff, right? And what won't, what medicine won't. But they still do it, man. And this is in the West, right? It's not like some weird place out in the backwaters of some freaking third world country.
Yeah. I guess the spoils of war. I mean, we did get stealth bomber technology from the Germans.
Yeah.
So there was no alien. There was no alien conspiracy. It was just that there was a bunch of German planes that weren't fully assembled, that were still that were different shaped, and they were made out of wood. And we found out, we can make them work better if they're made out of metal instead of wood, and in a V shape. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
German
technology, a lot of things, when you have no rules, you can advance technology really fast, and this way you see a lot of things happening coming out of China, where because there are no rules there, there's so much corruption. Oh yeah, talk about that. Let me just show you this thing. I came across on my Facebook today about $1.6 million to build a bridge in Africa. So have a look at this, man. Come on. Where is it? Here we go. It's on Facebook. It will pause. You will pause. So this is the $1.6 million bridge built in Africa. Now, there's too much friggin' thing here. Don't know if I can get rid of it or not. But so have a look at this $1.6 million bridge. See how it's built? So Congo, right? Congo president faces backlash as that's like $3 million New Zealand. Because it's pounds. It's 1.66 pounds. Let me get the currency exchange. So actually, I'll find let me see if I can find a better clip of that. Congo president 1.66 mil bridge. Here we go. I found it. This is better. Apologies, but that one's there's got the thing, right? So it collapses on opening day.
Oh,
so now let me find. Where are we? Here we are. And this is why you don't want to give money to African countries because there's so much corruption.
Well, that
And
and
so-
warlords just snatch them up too. So
Yeah. So this is 2.6. Was it 2.44?
A newly opened bridge in Congo has collapsed on its very...
You stop. Okay. Is that coming across all right to you guys in
Yeah.
the chat? Is it too small? Let me see if I can get a. All right. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this bigger. 2.66. 2.4. 2.2 USD.
Mwangaweka ndani mule hamuna watu.
So so that bridge, right?
it just collapsed.
Just collapsed. But here's a story about that bridge. The president of Congo, Felix, whatever, is facing growing criticism after a video circulated on X alleging that $2.2 million USD bridge project was linked to a construction company connected to a family member. The claim, which has been widely shared on social media in recent days, has raised questions over transparency, procurement practices, and potential conflicts, interests involving the president's circle. So, where did that 2.2 million come from?
Where did it go? Yeah.
And where did it go? Right? It went into his family's pocket, and it went. You know, that's like a bridge that. Dude, that bridge wasn't even worth about $5K to build. It was just logs.
Yeah. So what else is on that list of movies? Because I bet you Heavy Metal's
just
on there.
Going back to it. So yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like corruption, right? Somebody's always
Right.
out there, you know,
Benefiting. Yeah.
benefiting. Yeah.
Rights activists. Was this a wake-up call about animal cruelty or just animated torture porn? Here's the kicker. The Plague Dogs was so convincingly bleak that many viewers believed it was based on real-life experiments. The controversy wasn't just about cartoon violence, it was about society's comfort zones and what stories we think deserve to be told. In an era of happy endings and musical numbers, this movie spat in the face of comfort, shining a harsh spotlight on the ugly side of humanity. Bottom line? The Plague Dogs proved that animation could disturb, provoke, and even horrify. And that for censors, sometimes the scariest monsters have fur and wagging tails. Heavy Metal, 1981.
Yeah, here you go.
Want controversy? Heavy Metal is the animated equivalent of sneaking into a midnight rock concert with a fake ID and a head full of bad ideas. Born from the wild pages of the cult magazine, this anthology movie crams together sex, violence, aliens, zombies, and a thunderous rock soundtrack. In short, it's the movie your parents warned you about, and then tried to keep off your screens. Let's set the scene. Heavy Metal is not one story, but a fever dream roller coaster of vignettes, each more outrageous than the last. Giant-breasted warrior women, cocaine-snorting robots, laser battles, and flying taxi drivers in a dystopian New York. This is animation dialed up to 11. And it's not shy about nudity, profanity, or spilling digital blood by the bucket. No surprise, then, that censors worldwide slammed on the brakes. The film was outright banned in several countries for extreme graphic content. Canada, Ireland, and certain Middle Eastern nations wanted no part of it. In the US, it was slapped with an R rating and still got pulled from many theater chains and TV channels. home video releases were delayed for years, partly thanks to legal wrangling over the iconic soundtrack, but also because no one wanted to risk a wave of angry parents storming the box office. But what really sent heavy metal over the edge was its gleeful disregard for respectability. Critics accused it of being sexist, exploitative, and mindlessly violent, a cartoon for stoners and perverts, as one review famously put it. Yet it gained a devoted cult following among rebellious teens, rock fans, and anyone who wanted their cartoons to come with a side of danger. Did the bands kill heavy metal? Not even close. Like the best outlaw art, every attempt to censor it only fueled its legend. Today, it's remembered as the movie that shattered the boundary between Saturday morning and Saturday night, and dared to ask if animation could ever be truly adults only. Watership Down, 1978, with ongoing 1980s bands. Think you're prepared for animated rabbits? Think again. Watership Down is the granddaddy of trauma-inducing animal stories, and its legacy of controversy stretched well into the 1980s, keeping censors busy and unsuspecting children traumatized around the world. Forget carrot-eating and cuddly burrows. This film brings you rabbit genocide, psychic visions, and more on-screen blood than most war movies. Originally released in 1978, Watership Down spent the next decade getting yanked off TV schedules, banned from home video, or slapped with parental warnings across the globe. Why? 2 words: animated violence. The film's graphic depictions of animal death, maulings, and slow-motion suffering were a slap in the face to the animation is for kids mindset. In the UK, the film sparked annual debates every Easter when TV networks tried, and usually failed, to sneak it into the holiday lineup without setting off a public outcry. Australia and New Zealand imposed bans on TV broadcasts, and in the US, teachers who showed it in class found themselves facing a line of angry parents. But it wasn't just the gore. Watership Down also hit nerves with its themes of fascism, displacement, and survival against the odds. Some groups accused it of being too political, nihilistic, or unsuitable for children under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the film's unflinching approach won it legions of fans among adults and animation lovers who believed stories shouldn't be sanitized for comfort. Here's the kicker. Every time Watership Down got banned or censored, its reputation grew. It became a rite of passage, a test of your ability to handle the scary rabbit movie. And while the censors tried to shield children, the VHS boom of the 80s ensured that curious viewers always found a way to sneak a peek, proving once again that nothing attracts an audience like a forbidden story.
Oh, pause it for a sec.
The Black Cauldron, 1985.
Okay, so a fun story fact about heavy metal. So there's a story I think about, like Kevin Eastman took a date to see that movie, heavy metal, and she never called him back ever after that.
But he took the girl to see it.
Yeah, and then after that, she never called him back.
Wow.
Or he couldn't get a hold of her. Yeah, she just apparently
He got ghosted.
He got ghosted after he took her to see that movie. Black Cauldron. This is actually a really good movie because it's the darkest Disney movie ever.
Right. Yeah, this list, I got to watch all of this list again. Like, I mean, the actual movies, right? Because sometimes you need a refresher.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch Black Cauldron again. Continue.
If Disney has a skeleton in its closet, it's the Black Cauldron. This movie was supposed to be the Mouse House's bold leap into the future, a dark, epic fantasy with monsters, undead armies, and a brooding villain that makes Maleficent look like a Girl Scout. But what they got was panic in the boardroom, angry letters from parents, and bans and restrictions in markets Disney desperately wanted to conquer. Let's break it down. The Black Cauldron is loosely adapted from the Chronicles of Prydain books, but Disney turned the dial to nightmare fuel. The infamous cauldron-born undead warriors rising from a bubbling cauldron sent kids running for the exits and censors scrambling for their red pens. The studio's own test audiences freaked out so hard that Disney yanked entire sequences before the premiere. Still, what remained was enough to earn the studio its first ever PG rating for an animated film, a box office flop, and a spot on banned or restricted lists in several countries. In the UK, the film was denied a general release for home video until years later, considered too frightening for children. Some European broadcasters refused to air it, citing dark themes and images of occult horror. Even in the US, Disney buried the movie for over a decade, hoping audiences would forget it ever happened. But here's the twist. Over time, the Black Cauldron gained a cult following among fans of dark fantasy and animation history. It's now remembered as Disney's wild experiment, a movie so daring it scared its own creators. For censors, it was a nightmare. For viewers, it's a secret handshake. If you survived The Black Cauldron, you can handle anything the animation world throws your way. Animal Farm, 1954, bans renewed in the 1980s. Cartoons and Communism, a recipe for controversy if there ever was one. Animal Farm, based on George Orwell's razor-sharp allegory, was already a hot potato when it premiered in the 50s. But the Cold War never really ended for this film. In the 1980s, as the Iron Curtain shuddered and old battles reignited, Animal Farm found itself right back in the crosshairs. The story is simple. Farm animals overthrow their human master only to find themselves oppressed by their own kind. But the subtext, thinly veiled criticism of totalitarianism wasn't lost on anyone. In China, Vietnam, and a host of other communist states, renewed bans hit hard in the 80s as the film resurfaced on TV and home video. Authorities called it counter-revolutionary, anti-state, and dangerous for public harmony. Screenings were canceled, tapes were seized, and anyone caught distributing the film could find themselves in hot water. Even in the West, Animal Farm was never shown in schools without controversy. Teachers debated whether the movie's bleak ending and harsh lessons were age-appropriate, and some parents lobbied to keep it off classroom screens. In the USSR and its satellite states, the film became a symbol of forbidden Western propaganda, smuggled across borders on battered videotapes. But here's the irony. Every attempt to silence Animal Farm only sharpened its message. The more censors tried to bury it, the more it became a must-see for rebels, intellectuals, and anyone hungry for a story about standing up to the powers that be. In the world of banned animation, Animal Farm stands tall, a reminder that cartoons can start revolutions, even when the credits roll. And there you have it, the dark side of animation history, where ink and outrage collided on screens around the world. Which of these banned 80s cartoons would you dare to watch? Or is there one we missed that still haunts your nightmares? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Hit that subscribe button if you love forbidden stories, and don't forget to share this with a friend who thinks cartoons are always kid-friendly. Until next time, remember, sometimes the most dangerous films come with a PG rating.
That was cool.
Yeah, yep.
Let me remove that from there.
I would assume Animal Farm wouldn't be a kid's movie.
But I mean, you'd probably want to show someone probably about 11, not 11, about 13, that movie, right? So they understand what communism and socialism is like in reality for people who have lived under it, you know.
I would suppose keep it how it is so they can find it themselves. There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing like finding something that no one else can find, and like you feel special or something.
Oh yeah, so you've created some controversy yourself there, it seems.
Apparently there's a complaint against me from Elasmat. I sent him.
He's even posted it in the comment section, which means it's legitimate now.
Yeah. I sent him the link so he could hop on, but I guess he doesn't want to. So
I know. I mean, I posted a link before that in the chat, and he still didn't want to. So, he's I don't know. Maybe he's blacklisting us.
I guess
He's
maybe you're in
censoring
the
us.
maybe you're in the ban zone too.
Yeah, that's pretty sad. I mean, like, why would he do that to a Pac like me?
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
we could be two Pac together.
It's Pac on Pac hatred. I don't know
Yeah,
what to
I
tell you.
always said there was some there with the Duckman. Yeah, the Duck King's been like playing both sides, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shame.
controversy right here.
Yep. Well, on this show, he's in the duck zone. I mean, the ban zone. Sorry.
There's a ban zone on this show?
No, there's not. But
yeah, I was like thinking, what? Am I going to be banned?
Nah.
Am I that controversial?
Probably.
I mean, all the monkeys are happy about my leadership. I mean, like, it's not like I'm like a totalitarian, tyrannical leader like Ethan Van Sciver. I mean,
Why
like,
can't we leave Elasman alone? Don't you see he wants to save comics?
Yeah, but he's saving comics by putting out documentaries or documentaries. And I do recommend that everybody watch the documentaries that Elasmet has done on the whole Comicsgate movement, which has basically destroyed crowdfunding for probably another decade.
Probably.
That's what happens when you let mainstream people take over a movement created by just regular folk.
Exactly.
You got to gatekeep the gatekeepers sometimes.
We found out one thing. We found out Elasman's a snitch.
Yeah, dude, total. Like,
Snitching.
seriously, look at this. I mean, coming out on the chat and talking like this, dude, you could have kept it to yourself, man. Like
Yeah.
Dean didn't have to tell the world that him and Raptor had a blowout off screen. But no, Dean had to go out and tell everybody because he wanted to be cool. Like he's like there going, I'm not a snitch. I'm not a snitch. And then he goes and snitches.
Yeah.
Dude. I don't know, man.
Well, that's okay, Elasman. I forgive you.
Unity.
Yeah.
Look at this. Yeah. Now he's saying you're victim shaming him. What the? Tupac's and Olsen. I don't know, man. We could have been a thing. Tupac's and Olsen.
Somebody's got to represent Scandinavians everywhere.
Yeah. Okay, I think I've almost got this done. I actually missed out a complete speech bubble. It was way like I think it was one of these, and they were not even there. It didn't make sense. I was reading it through, saying I'm about to upload. And I was going, I better check it, and then found out, yeah, it wasn't. It was didn't make sense when you read it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I should be getting an update on. Let's see the rough for page 32 tomorrow.
Right.
So that would make about 12 pages. Once that page is done, it'll be like 12 pages left to do.
Oh, by the way, Lesmet, we don't shame park people here. We just shame DEI hires.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Is he a DEI hire?
I don't know. Is he? Like,
I don't know.
He actually works. Like he's not like he's not like pretending to be a comic book creator. He actually creates comics.
Oh yeah, so he can't be a.
Yeah, he can't be a Comicsgate person because he can't be Ethan Van Sciver because he actually does work.
Yeah, he's doing it wrong. He's doing it wrong. He needs to get all that money and take it to a casino, and then lose it all.
Yeah.
Shame on him.
So
how dare he give the people what they want?
Yeah, man. Like, I mean,
The
you
nerve of
you
him.
you got to hold on to that money, or you got to go and throw it down to, go throw it in the casino and give 40, 50, 60, maybe sometimes 100% to the casino instead.
Yeah. Well, the question
You
is,
know?
Elasmet, are you too legit to quit? See how he answers that one. And then starting, I think probably sometime next week. I hope hopefully we'll be able to get like an update on those 3 pages that are getting lettered.
Yeah. Well,
Kinda-
lettering, depending like how pedantic or whatever, or you know, you are about your lettering, it can take a while. Like I'm always like making I'm very pedantic when it comes to my lettering. I'm like, it's
Well,
just
I'm personally not lettering him. I have a
yeah.
I have a letterer for that. Yeah, why are you letting me run your show?
Because he's the co-host.
How dare you? How dare you let me run your show?
Yeah, he's my co-host, Lesmet. Like that's the whole point of having a co-host is to, work off each other. You should know that. I mean, where's Helmet? You know. Otherwise, there'll be like long breaks of like me going yeah.
Maybe he's
Yeah.
afraid that there's white supremacy in this show, and I'm oppressing you with my whiteness.
Yeah, maybe that might be it. Maybe that's why he's not coming on because he's
Maybe he's scared of my white supremacy.
yeah, that could be it. All that right wing far, whatever stuff going on. Why is Tim in the ban zone?
Because because I was making fun. Because I was making fun. I said that Helmet was the true host of the show.
Helmet is fun. Like it's fun. Like he works really well with Duck. I think yeah.
Oh, he's
good.
threatening to ban your channel. To shadow ban your channel.
How would I don't know. I don't think I'm big enough to be shadow banned yet.
See, not only do you have a case of white supremacy, but you also you run the risk of getting your channel shadow banned.
Right. Saved. Let's see if I get this right here. Okay.
Unless he's talking about this guy named Tomothy, whoever that is.
Oh yeah, that's Helmet, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. My name's Timothy, so
yeah.
So I don't know who this Tomothy cat is, but he sounds like bad news.
Yeah. Bad News Brown.
Exactly. So what project is this that you're working on?
Oh, this is a tortoise.
The tortoise.
It's all finished, but like as I'm working through it, I'm like fixing stuff going through this.
What is that about?
This is about 2 young ladies in their 20s going on an adventure over to a foreign land where they help the local community. It's like a working holiday for 2 weeks, so they help the local community build a building construction for a chief.
Okay. They're doing like,
and then after that they go and do what they actually came there for, which is go to an island where there is a legend about a tortoise or a turtle that the people have. And so their main goal in this whole overseas trip is to do that. But then, trying to be the good, happy people, I mean, like giving people, I guess, they go and help them with the construction as well, which we did about 2 pages back, which was over here. There, they were building on the building site, and so now now they went into town, and then and now they were then that night in town, that weekend, Saturday night, what it was, Friday night, they went to the clubs, dance it up, and the next stage is when they go to the island.
Oh, I see. So is it like a slice of life plus something else, or?
Yeah, it's a slice of life supernatural horror.
Oh, okay. So it starts off normal, and then it gets kind of twisted as the story goes along.
Slow burn. Yeah,
Slow
I like to
burn,
call it a slow burn because yeah, this is one of my, like, I think this is probably the only one that's a slow burn that I'm writing, because I want a slow build up. Because you want to sometimes, you want to do something that's a bit different to, like, because I'm doing a straight out horror, like,
right,
which is called Templeton, which is demons and angels and crime, and from page 1 it's just death, death, death,
Oh,
and blood and
damn.
gore. So this is a bit more relaxed, just sort of like a bit more slice of life,
Yeah.
bit more relationship compared to the other one. Now that's what I was looking for. I was looking for
apparently Tomothy is my band zone name. I earned it when I lost my government name and got banned. See?
Yeah, I was wondering what you meant by that. So
yeah. It's a bum rap though.
Right. So this
we
is
all know that Helmet's the coolest guy on there, and that he is the host of the show.
I just caught a mistake.
Did you?
Yeah, which is good. I caught it now, but so here it says, I think, let me see if I've spelled it right. Yeah, see, this should have like a comma here in the name.
Oh, is it easy to fix?
Yeah, no, it is. I've just done it. So see here, it's like there's a comma. I was like, wait, why don't I put comma there? So that was cool.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, not too messy to fix that. Now I've got to do this part here, which is to bring in an image, change it to 2022. Which one shall we do? We'll take the whole lot off to the side. Copy, paste. And we'll put it there like that. That's good enough for that. Rasterize, cut out.
I forgot.
Yeah, so
I forgot. But it's not on the screen on the interwebs that you can't see it.
What's that? Sorry? Apologies.
Oh, I was going to show you the recent page from Melbourne 4, but
right,
it's not on the internet. It's on my hard drive.
Right. Okay, so 22. So this is page 22, I would say. For us, bring that down to 50. Export to. Let's see if it's got to where it needs to go to, and then I can upload.
I venture to guess that heavy metal is not banned anymore, since a lot of people have seen it, and you can buy it in places like Walmart. So
yeah, no, most of these movies, they come out uncut now, even, right? So the whole idea of censorship is long dead now, because people actually, they realize, like in the 90s, that controversy actually sells products, right?
Right. Well, I mean, some of these movies are just now, like some of those grindhouse movies, They're just
Yeah.
now in the 2000s getting unbanned, and then later they have an uncut release.
But I mean, all of them have always been available, right? It's not like
Underground markets or wherever else you can find them. Screenings in small, dingy theaters.
Yeah.
But like some of these, like I don't know if it was like Last House on the Left, but there was one about it. Like it was a I Spit on Your Grave got remade, and that was originally banned.
Yeah. There was quite a where was he? There we go. 22. Page 22. I think, yeah, like, do you remember, like, with the PMRC, right? With the music?
Oh, you mean the tipper stickers?
Yeah. Like, they realized that everybody, who was in the music thing realized that, hey, this is making money. Let's just put it on. Let's just put it on, make the stickers ourselves and put them on our tapes. And then that'll attract more listeners.
Oh, and they also made like T-shirts out of it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it the dirty version would always outsell the clean version.
Yeah, and so I actually have a baseball cap with that patch on it.
I actually had I bought it from I think it was like Fred Meyer or Walmart or something. It was Sessions of the Damned. It was all the BBC sessions that the Damned did. You've heard of the band The Damned?
Right, I think so.
They were the first UK punk band to get a single or a record out.
Right.
But it was a part where it was that song Stretcher Case, and it gets to the F word, and there's a bleep in they put a bleep in the song, and the bleep was louder than the music. So imagine, what's the best? How music sounds better when it's really loud, right? And you got your headphones on, and so it's like,
oh, that would be so freaking annoying.
Yeah, and then it's like it got to the bleep, and I didn't even know it was there. So, yeah, they were that's back when they were putting bleeps or something. Actually, they did that to the Nirvana album In Utero.
You talking about Rape Me?
Yeah, they changed it to Waif Me.
That's weird.
I shit you not. They changed on the packaging.
Right.
The packaging that had the back of it looked like it was like a bunch of fetuses with their umbilical cords wrapped around their necks.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, but they weren't worried about that. They were worried about the song "Me," "Grape Me," as it were.
Yeah.
No.
I realized that like I had to delete all of them because the images I had exported were from the previous one, so I had to go back and export new ones so I can make sure that the correct ones up here. Preview, okay. Okay. Almost done. What's he saying now?
Oh no, just what you have it on already.
All right.
Funny.
Tomothy? Is that how you say that?
Yeah, it's Tomothy.
All right.
Instead of saying Tim, it's Tom.
Yeah, he's not only banned you, he's also given you a number, like remember that movie or TV show The Prisoner? You're not a number. You're not a name. You're a number. Oh, you're not a free man, right?
Nope.
A number. It's from like I think, what was it? Let me see if I can find it. It's from The Prisoner. This one here. Just bring it up, remove that, bring that, stop that. Again. And there we go.
Where am I? In the village. What do you want? Information. Whose side are you on? That would be telling. We want information. 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 What do you want? Information. What do you want? What do you want? Information. What do you want? Whose side are you on? What do you want? Information. What do you want? Information. You are number 6. Number 6. I am not a number. I am not a number. You are number 6. Number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man.
I want to be free. I want to be free. I want to be free. Don't want to come in number 6. Come in a 8. The second you're about living because you're lyrically equipped. When they come, that's all I'm talking. Come here like a magnet. I want to be free, free. I don't want to be number 6.
Who are you? Then you, number 2. Who is number 1? You are number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man. You are number 6. Number 6. I am not a number. I am not a number. You are number 6. Number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man. I will not make any deals with you. I've resigned. I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered. My life is my own. I resign. Orange alert. Orange alert.
But now, news. Call me fine for a reason I don't understand. Have to listen to your demand, but I'll tell you why I resign. Ha! Change your mind.
You are number 6. Number 6. I am not a number. I am not a number. You are number 6. Number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man. You are number 6. Number 6. I am not a number. I am not a number. You are number 6. Number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man. He's seeing you.
Not a number, but a free man.
Yep. Apparently, this band invasion, Timothy or Tomothy, the ban zone restrictions are going to be severe. for you on tomorrow's Monday.
Wait. He's number. Wait. Yeah. So he's saying he's number 79. 79. What does that equate to? Like, what is that?
That's actually my birth year.
So you're very young then.
Yeah, I'm like 46.
Right. 6 years younger than me.
Oh wow, damn.
Yeah, I'm
but
old.
apparently, me being your co-host is Band zone evasion.
I realized I friggin' missed the entire page out.
Uh-oh.
Man, this is what happens when you're concentrating on 2-3 different things. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
kind of
go.
hard to do, isn't it?
Yeah. That's all right. It's just I was like reading it once this was up, and I was like, it's PDF, and I was like, okay, yeah, this needs to go here, and that needs to go there. And that needs to move along a bit there.
Man, Monday's
There
gonna
we
be
go.
Monday's gonna be awesome.
Tomorrow,
Yeah,
I guess, yeah, it's Monday for you guys tomorrow. It's Monday here already for me.
yeah. Monday's gonna be awesome. I wonder what monsters he's gonna draw on Monday.
That's right. He's the Monster Man.
Yeah. He wanted to rename the show, but he didn't. So.
Well, what was the show going to be renamed?
I don't know. There was some ideas, but he I don't think he.
Rasterize. Not a number. I watched the movie from The Prisoner and the actual TV show. I think maybe about 10 years ago now. No, maybe no, less than that.
I've heard of the show. I've never watched it.
Right. It is a good show. Like it's if you're into spy movies, it's one of the best. And they filmed it all on an island. And that island still exists. I mean, the way it's set up, everything there is still the same because of the fact that they brought so much popularity to the island because it was based there that everybody goes to visit it because of that. As more people discover the TV show, right? They go to there we are. They go and check it out, and so they get tourists because of the TV show, which is good for the economy when you have something like that.
Oh, that's so cool! I just looked it up. Apparently,
Yeah.
the TV show, The Prisoner, was referenced in a DOA song called "The Prisoner."
Right.
So that's
well,
kinda
Iron
cool.
Maiden did it as well first. So Iron Maiden was The Prisoner. So this is their The Prisoner, Iron Maiden. Dun, 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 dun. That's how it starts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Well, you know how DOA do. They just get right into the song. Oh, they took sound bites from the show. Oh,
yeah.
Number one. You are number.
Hold on. Before we get
yeah.
struck.
You don't want to get struck
No.
because then you'd be in the band zone.
Exactly. But yeah, so that's that song. And I think it's from
you've heard of DOA, right?
DOA?
Yeah, DOA. They're a Canadian punk group.
Oh, right. Yeah. Dead on Arrival. Yeah.
The most
Okay, let me
they're probably one of the most respected Canadian punk groups ever.
Oh. You just did the same freaking thing over again. I was like, why does it look the same?
What a name for a lead singer too. It was his name, Joey Shithead.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, talking about names, Danny Filth and old Cradle of Filth, man.
I've
They
heard of
got some
Danny.
controversy going on, getting sued and all that.
For what?
Using images from a guy because he looks he created check let me show you this. So this dude basically stole Pinhead from Clive Barker, right?
Uh-oh.
But now he wants monetary for his character, like let me see if I can. Oh, that's not big enough. I'm putting big. Go away. Some channels, like some of these yeah. So see this dude. What the hell, man? This stupid freaking look, we don't need 1,000 things on your stupid website popping up because it just annoys people. So this dude here, right, doesn't want this dude here to use his images because he was in a band for a couple of years to promote the band. However, that's from Pinhead, right? Let me see if I can get a bigger one.
Right.
It's just these things are like annoying me when it's
You
here we
probably
go. That's better.
you could probably change his look and just end the whole problem right there.
It's like when people like sign contracts and later on if they're part of something and they don't want that to be used again. It's like, well, that's just being an a-hole. You're a part of something, but now you're not. Doesn't mean that you're erased from that, because the other side of that is if they erased you from that, you'd complain as well, right?
Oh, he's no longer a member of the band.
Yeah. So he doesn't want his images to be used to promote the band. But it's like, yeah, but that's not the fact is that you stole that from somebody else. It's a derivative of Pinhead from Hellraiser.
Right.
Right? So it's not his original creation. But he wants not to be used because he says I created that. See, if you play that game,
that guy, yeah.
yeah. So if you play that game, Clive Barker could say, "Hey, give me my money for stealing it for all this time." So yeah.
Well,
Sometimes I think they're like people are so money hungry that they will like chase after that to their own detriment.
Yeah. Well, so you know where the Misfits logo comes from, right?
Sorry, tell me, say that again.
The Misfits logo.
Oh yeah, that it's
Crimson Ghost?
from a dead man from World War One.
No, it's from the Crimson Ghost serial series.
Oh,
It was
sorry,
like-
yeah, that was. Yeah, I was thinking about Iron Maiden. My bad.
Yeah. He was there was a criminal who was going to steal the cyclotrode that could control missiles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It was and they used the image for the band logo. Never got sued, right?
Yeah.
And then like Sam Hain going into like Danzig's solo career, he totally jacked an image from a Crystar, the Crystal Warrior comic book. I think it was issue 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't get sued ever.
Because the thing is that like if you start creating controversy around yourself, then yeah, you're going to invite controversy, right? Then you're
Right.
going to invite the lawyers to say, well, oh, so you've been using this and now you want money for it, and we haven't come after you for money. Okay, so now that you got money, we're going to come for you.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's kind of funny though, but Danzig has money, and that image is more connected to him than it is to that comic book. And the Crimson
Yes.
Ghost is more connected to the Misfits than it is that movie series. Yeah. But never got sued.
Yeah, and this is why like this dude should like shut his mouth and not try to like do something, because I mean, like I said, Clive Barker could come after him and this entire band because of this.
Yeah.
because we all know where that's from. It's not like he originally created that. If he had triangles on his face, then that'd be fine, or circles, but not not this sort of thing. And even the dress up, right? Look at that. He's even holding a friggin' now I can never pronounce this puzzle's
Tesseract?
name.
No, not Tesseract.
No, it's a Lamakin or something like that.
Something figuration.
Yeah, Hellraiser puzzle. Let me see.
A puzzle box.
It is called a Lamashan. Lament Lamashan Lament configuration.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like here in its normal form. See, it's when you start controversy, it's a fine line when money's involved. Hold on, that's the wrong freaking thing.
Controversy has its own benefits, though. I mean, if you're shocking people and you have a point to it, then I think that's fine.
Yeah. Not just for the sake of like trying to, go after your former band for using images that they paid to be a part of because it includes them, right?
Right. Well, I mean, also, like, I think sometimes I'm kind of under the impression that there's people that are offended by things and they deserve to be offended.
Yeah, well, some people just do it on purpose to like
Yeah.
get a leg up.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is I think that the people who are easily offended deserve to be offended.
Hmm.
Why not? You're giving them exactly what they want. They want to be offended. Make them offended. What's that one comedian says about being offended? Nothing happens. Nothing will happen to you if you're offended.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's not like you're gonna say, "Well, he said the Lord's name in vain, and I was offended, and when I woke up, I had leprosy."
Okay, I think I fixed it. I lost that entire friggin' page. I must have like in between like trying to do stuff. Just deleted the entire thing. It kind of sucks. Okay, but it's done, and we're almost up to 4 hours, which I did not expect, as usual. But here we go. So it's 40. Save all. Yes. Close that. Yeah. Export. Multi batch. JPEG 34 to 40. Yes, replace the old ones that are already there. Back to delete all that. Upload new lot. And then we can make this friggin' thing ready for everybody to go and check out. 34 to 40. So that's 7 pages this week. Okay. And title. On the title. There's another anime that I watched this week, yesterday, which is I only watched the first episode of it, and it's called where are you? My gift level 9999 or 4 nines. Unlimited gacha. Backstabbed in a backwater dungeon. Now I'm out for revenge. How's that sound? Does that sound appealing?
Say it again. Say it from the top.
Okay. Let me find it. My gift level 99.99 unlimited gacha. Backstabbed in a backwater dungeon. I'm out for revenge. I'll play the trailer later as soon as I finish this little bit.
Oh, it's an actual line from an actual. It's not something you wrote.
No, it's actually a anime I watched yesterday, the first episode. Tim, Alasmets after your I know I would say tail, but I don't know if you've got one or not.
Oh, I don't have a tail. I'm not foul.
All right, so
Oh, I said Timothy's name in vain, then I won the lottery. Huh. I guess so. However you get your kicks.
Yes, I have done it. I have finished this week's thing, so it will now go to publish immediately.
Nice.
It is number 22. It is. Let's make sure I have everything proper. Yep. People like the cool thing is that Monday has now become the day that I do this, so people actually turn up to read it on a Monday. And it is published, so here it is. We remove that. We are up. Refresh. Should have done the other one, but didn't. So there we are. Wait. Yeah, there it is, up 22. So we're good to go. Yeah, now we're just finishing the cards for this. So we got 4 cards that we're putting out. And so that's my work done for this one page today. So let's
communism.
Documentism.
Documentism, yeah.
All right. So here's that actually now I gotta go find it again because I think I shut it down. The trailer for this revenge English. I need the English version, thank you. English dub. The crazy thing is, like, I went in without knowing anything about it, and I think at the point where he meets his new team, I straight away suspected something was going to go that way, and it did.
Betrayed by my trusted friends.
Ain't it obvious that you've been completely useless to us?
And backstabbed in the backwater of the dungeon. I used my gift unlimited gacha to get level 9999 characters as new friends. Now I'm out for revenge on the world and my ex-party members. To say, serves you right! Feast your eyes. This is what true revenge looks like.
I love revenge stories. I totally, yeah. It's one of my favorite tropes. Oh no, I guess plots is someone who's been like backstabbed, and now they finally, go out and get their revenge.
My favorite scene is from the movie Gladiator, where he reveals his identity.
Right. Yeah.
That is such a good line. That's a powerful line. It's it's not just I'm going to have my vengeance. It's like he says who he is, that he's like a husband of a murdered wife and a father to a murdered son, and he will have his vengeance in this life or the next. It's like, dude. And then his reaction to knowing who he is, and just like he's not dead. He's very much alive and pissed off. And ironically,
Maximus.
Maximus,
This one here, right?
Yeah. Maximus Decimus Meridius. Yeah.
Let me play it.
I can't do it any justice. That's for sure.
Yeah, neither. So it's better. It's better to hear it from the mouth of the man himself. But good call. He's so arrogant and proud, right? Like he's walking up, smiles and everything.
Yeah.
Guys. Your fame is well deserved, Spaniard. I don't think there's ever been a gladiator to match you. As for this young man, he insists you are Hector reborn. Was it Hercules? Why doesn't the hero reveal himself and tell us all your real name? You do have a name.
My name is Gladiator.
How dare you show your back to me? Slave! You will remove your helmet and tell me your name.
He's like, all right.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the North, general of the Felix Legions, loyal servant to the true emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next.
This is basically coming to China soon. The revolution.
Probably.
Because the people have had enough. The fear of it all, right?
Historically.
Yeah. The fear of like the whole country going against you.
Yeah.
Because if he actually, put thumbs down and called for his death, the entire freaking
Yeah, well,
stadium would be down,
Rome,
attacking them all.
Rome was the mob.
Yeah.
Ironically, I want to point this out. So Commodus was a real emperor. You probably know this, right?
Yeah.
But he was like the emperor who is historically known as the beginning of the end of the Roman Empire. It was all downhill from here. And even when they did have him killed and replaced with somebody they wanted to be emperor, that didn't last long. And it was pretty much downhill from there.
Right.
Now, if you remember, if you've seen EVS's shows, right? He uses that imagery from Gladiator and has no idea that the emperor that he has on there, that's played wonderfully by that actor.
Yeah.
Even though even with the inaccuracies, is the beginning, marked the beginning of the end of the Roman Empire, which is almost like he's saying that he is the beginning of the end of Comicsgate.
Well, the thing is, like, when you get to a stage and you don't listen, you don't actually know the history of something, and you start cosplaying that history, or memeing that that image, it doesn't take long before people go and find out about it, because all the information's there, right?
I found out by accident because I love Roman history, and
Yeah.
so I there was this series on YouTube somewhere about like horrible like rulers and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
one of them was about Commodus, and so I watched it. He was actually and just like Commodus, he
Carry on.
well, I'm sorry, I forgot his name. Alas,
Let me
Matt.
Commodus. So
It's played by Joaquin Phoenix. Yes, thank you.
yeah, how do you spell that? Well,
I don't know. I just look. When it's this late, I do get kind of
yeah. Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
It's I want to find the real. Okay, so real history.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that big one there. Was
Yeah.
the 2-story, 22 minutes, and they're all short. Where's the shorter version? Let me see if I can find it. I've got a whole bunch here, but they're not. All right. Not that stupid. I got a friggin'. All right, so here's a little bit.
The movie Gladiator tells the story of how Maximus took revenge on the Emperor Commodus, contributing majorly to the gladiator's reputation. But have you ever wondered where the gladiator Maximus came from? Well, keep watching, because that's what our video today is about. First, you need to know that Maximus and the movie script are made up. But while the story of Gladiator relies on fiction, the character Maximus was based on many real historical figures. Each of these shows a different part of the warrior that Russell Crowe brought to life with his legendary performance. Now, let's talk about them. One of the people who inspired Maximus was a real soldier. Interestingly, this man was related to Commodus, the movie's key villain. His name was Narcissus, and he oversaw preparing the emperor for his shows in the Colosseum. But their relationship ended in tragedy, because on December the 31st, 192 AD, one was killed by the other. He was part of a plan to murder Commodus, who had lost control of his empire, and the senators respect.
That's the screen, guys. Not my
killed
screen.
His student Commodus by strangling the emperor in his bathtub. He did this by taking advantage of their close relationship. To give you an idea of how much this man influenced the creation of the character Maximus, the first draft of the Gladiator script was called Narcissus. But while the film's story was being worked on, other historical figures helped bring the character to life. Before Maximus went to fight in the Colosseum, he was a general who led troops for Rome for many years. The scriptwriters took that part of the character's personality from two different military commanders. One was General Marcus Nonius Macrinus, at the time one of the most well-known and respected politicians. He was so important that even Emperor Marcus Aurelius asked his advice before making important decisions. Being extremely skilled at both speaking and fighting, he became a very well-known figure in Rome. General Gaius Avidius Cassius was the other figure who influenced Maximus. He was a well-known military leader in Rome. Unlike Marcus Nonius, he did not become famous for giving advice to the emperor or for his popularity. Instead, he clumsily stole the Roman throne. In short, in 175 AD, he thought that Marcus Aurelius was dying because he heard wrong information, using this to his advantage to take the throne for himself. Unfortunately for him, his power did not last long. In July of that same year, Cassius lost his mind. But let's now talk about the last person in the story. Before Maximus became a gladiator in the destitute Roman provinces, he was sold as a slave to the merchant Proximo. Obviously, the famous slave and gladiator Spartacus, who led a huge revolt against Rome between 73 and 71 BC, was one of Maximus's main sources of inspiration. Spartacus is the root of many Maximus's most obvious and well-known personality traits, such as his boldness and courage, preventing him from quietly accepting being a slave. And, of course, his great skills as a fighter and a symbol of other gladiators. Besides these figures, Maximus was given some of his traits and acting ways from the Hoplomachii gladiators, who resembled the Greek hoplites. Some of his opponents were based on Asidarius, who fought in chariots. With all this in mind, the screenwriters, together with the artistic vision of director Ridley Scott, succeeded in creating one of the most iconic characters in cinema history. Even today, more than 20 years after the character's first appearance on the big screen, his story continues to fascinate and inspire everyone who watches it, even if it is made up. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like it, and tell your friends about it.
Well, that was 5 years ago, so it's 25 years now, right? So let's go find this. Excuse me, Chlamydius.
Yeah.
The son of Marcus Aurelius was supposed to be a philosopher king. Instead, he became Rome's mad gladiator emperor. He abandoned his father's wisdom, preferring the arena over the Senate. Dressed in lion skins, he fought as a gladiator, declaring himself the living Hercules. While he entertained himself with blood and spectacle, the empire rotted. Corruption spread as Commodus sold government positions to the highest bidder. The Senate despised him. His advisors feared him. The people mocked him. Paranoia consumed him. He executed rivals, renamed Rome after himself, and demanded worship. But it wasn't until he planned to enter the arena as a god king on New Year's Day that his closest allies decided he had to die. His mistress Marcia poisoned his wine, but it only made him sick. So they sent in an assassin, his own wrestling partner, Narcissus. The emperor, once so proud of his strength, was strangled in his own chambers. From prince to gladiator, from emperor to tyrant, Commodus fell as spectacularly as he lived. Commodus, the son of Marcus Aurelius, was supposed to be a philosopher.
Okay, so I now get what you're saying about, EVS and Commodus.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it was, even when they did replace him with somebody that they wanted on the throne, it was too late. All of Commodus's damage is already done, and the economy was shot to shit. So that's part of the decline of Rome.
Who was there was one dude who was dancing naked as Rome burned. Who was that?
He was playing I think he was playing he was playing music as Rome burned. That was De Niro. I meant not De Niro. Nero. Yeah, I'm sorry. My mind is
so let me bring up Nero.
Nero. Why did I get that name? I don't know.
Emperor
Nero. Yeah.
Nero. Horrible history. So what I'm showing on screen is the latest cover that we've got, like a variant cover that we're doing. that we're doing as part of. Oops. Yeah, it's a variant we're doing for Howler, which is that one there behind us. This Howler is actually a 12-issue series with 3 arcs. And is it 3 arcs? Yeah, 4 issue stories and 3 arcs. So it's one of our longest stories I'm doing.
Yeah.
And so this is the latest variant we were going to be cover fully
cool.
Colored. And what is it? Falcon? Hold on. I always forget the name of these characters. I mean, not these characters, but these historical figures. So the thing about mythological figures, sorry, not historical figures. So with this story, we're diving into a different human mythical creatures, like from different cultures. So this is a posse granite, a posse granite, depending on what where you're from. So this is a posse grim, sorry, not granite, posse grim attacking one of the characters, one of the leads, and this was just sent this morning from Joachim, who's our artist on our fantasy series Zoolander, which
is why I
yeah. So that's why, like, this is actually. Let me look up Possegram before we move on to Nero. Sorry. So, a Possegram.
I just I mean I haven't really pointed this out before, but I mean I find it fascinating that he calls himself Caesar, and that he uses that imagery from that movie, and he doesn't realize that. And about where he's declared himself the downfall of Comicsgate in a way.
Mm.
I just think it's funny.
Dang it! Where is the Possegram?
And just like Commodus, he's also turned against his closest friends and allies. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's almost poetic.
Wait, did I spell it right? I think I've spelled it wrong. I think it's Fossegrim. Yeah. So a Fossegrim is a male water spirit or troll from Scandinavian folklore, most associated with Norway, known for his exceptional skill with the fiddle or harp. He can enchant. Hold on. No, it's not that Fossegrim. Damn it! It's a raven. Hold on. I always get these. We've got so many characters in these things. I always forget which one's which sometimes. Hold on. Wait. People. What do we end up with? We end up with that one. Yeah, that's not a Fossegrim. That's a different one. Get me my Howler. There we go. Howler folder. Characters. Character references. Creatures. Dumblerosos, Hayagrava, Hayagriva. One of the things about like writing Howler, right? I had to look into so many freaking creatures, man, because I want to do stories about real human, mythology, and you find out there's so many real creatures from our own natural human history that the lore and stuff that we have, man, it's crazy. Yeah, so this raven headed thing, I think it was Possegrim. So it was, but then it's Possegrim. I get the names wrong. So, what is this? Raven-headed mythical. Raven-headed. Is it Raven-headed? I do have a friggin' why do I not see what I need to see here? Yeah, script research. There we go. Zealandia Howler. Is that a Valraven? Yeah, it's a I think it's a Valraven. Let me just check. I think it's a Valraven. Stupid thing. Valraven. Give me a Valraven. Yeah, it's a Valraven. Damn it. So this is a Valraven. It's where is it from? Mythology. Where are you from? Raven of the Slain. Origins. No, that's not what I need. Valraven. I think there's like here we go. It's a Norse nightmare creature, right? Let me see. Let me see if this does it. So that's what that's based off. So let me find you this. So in the first issue, we deal with about 6 or 7 of these friggin' awesome human mythology creatures. So this is the Valraven.
Watches over a bird, but a cursed warrior seeking to feast on the hearts of the innocent. In Norse mythology, one of the creepiest creatures is the Valraven. According to legend, when the great Norse warriors perished in battle, they were taken by Odin's Valkyries to ascend to the halls of Valhalla. There, they would drink from curved horns and fight alongside each other. However, not all warriors were collected by the Valkyries. Those left to rot on the battlefield without a proper burial were scavenged by ravens. If a raven consumed the heart of a fallen warrior, it would transform into a Valraven, a demonic raven imbued with human knowledge and magical powers. The Valraven yearned to escape its raven form, and the only way to achieve this was by consuming the heart of a child. As a result, Valravens would often haunt small villages, cursing the inhabitants of their homes. They would lure children away from the safety of their villages, intending to feast on their flesh. Once a raven succeeded in eating the heart of a child, it would be reborn as an evil warrior, spreading destruction and despair wherever it went. This is why the Valraven remains one of the most terrifying creatures in Norse mythology. Dare to uncover the truth. Don't let the Valraven find you. What if...
See if that's good. Let's try this one.
The creepiest creature in Norse mythology. When great Norse warriors die in battle, they would be collected by Odin's Valkyries and sent to the halls of Valhalla, where they would drink from curved horns and engage in epic battles. However, not all warriors are collected by Valkyries. Those did not die a honorable death and left on battlefields without proper burials are eaten by ravens. When a raven managed to eat a heart of a deceased warrior, it becomes a Valraven, a wicked raven possessing human knowledge and magic powers. The only way a Valraven can turn into a human is by eating the heart of a child. Because of this, Valravens are often found in small villages, preying on children. If a Valraven manages to eat a child's heart, it would turn into an evil warrior that spreads destruction wherever it goes. The creepiest creature in Norse mythology. When great Norse...
So that is a Valraven. Valraven.
So my ancestors believed in that kind of stuff. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about like when you don't have TV, you know, you make up mythology, and like every culture has their own mythology, right? And so the idea behind like making Howler more than just a friggin', you know, werewolf comic book, like every other werewolf comic book. I wanted to do something, you know, I guess, unique and plot-wise a bit more interesting for the reader, right? And for myself,
Right.
because I don't want to just read another friggin', werewolf.
Well, the difference is back then they believed that stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
That's serious business.
yeah. So
I
I'm
can
really,
I can kind of see why Christianity took over though, because I mean, oh, in order to go to Valhalla, I have to die in battle, but to go to
yeah.
heaven, I just
Well,
have to simply follow Jesus.
but not only
Okay.
that, like in Hinduism, is like if you, like you come back, you could come back as a friggin' rat or something, right? Reincarnation,
Right,
and
right.
somebody could step on you, and and that would be your life. Or if you're a wife, you have to die with your husband.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people like just say, well, what the hell's this? This is our culture and our beliefs are like rotten, and it's not something that I want to believe in. And so things like, even like, Koreans and Japanese have left their stuff behind because it's like doesn't make sense to kind of like have no hope, after you die, or such. But even in this life, right, you want something to hope for, that one day, that even if the misery that you live in now, maybe there'll be something good afterwards. Not that saying that like run for their death, but like sometimes people need hope, because I think, if you look around, there isn't much hope, with all that's going on. So I think that's where it's kind of like sometimes it helps to have some sort of belief in something greater than yourself. But I enjoyed looking into all these creatures, man. It was such a cool, things that I didn't even know. Like, I mean, so much history about these real, mythologies that we have, that I had no clue about. Like one of the two of the main characters that we actually have in this first issue, that we is called a Hayagriva, or Hayagriva, which is a four-armed, uh, cow-headed creature from, I think, Indonesia or something, or Singapore. Let me bring up my little study. Where is it? My research script folder.
Oh, you do research too, huh?
Yeah. Well, so Hayagriva. This is a Hayagriva, right? Um, is it this one? I think
Now, do
it's
you
like
use
it's
do you
almost like a
use
horse
yeah?
face. I'm sorry.
Do you use these creatures as a base for creating something else, or do you just kind of make your own interpretation of?
No, I work with that. Like, say if it's a female, I'll change it to a male, right? Or I might add
Oh,
something more to it rather than just leave it as it is. Because the last thing I want to do is take something and depict it the same way. Because then if I get it wrong, people will start going, "Oh, it's wrong. You did this wrong. You did that wrong." I want to be able to create something that's my own from what's already there.
right.
Because that way, it makes things interesting, and you know it becomes more, why does it keep going to that particular band? I Griever. I'm good. Yeah, this is it. The horse-headed. Yeah, check this out. So this is one of the characters we have in there. Not going to say where and what part they play, but this is one of the characters. So you got a 4 arms, 2 legs, and you got a horse head. Is it character?
Oh, interesting enough, that
Yeah.
also is where some in Filipino folklore get because there used to be a big Hindu population there at one point.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, not used to. There is. It's like a huge Hindu population. That's why you see like a lot of lions in Singapore, because lions are representative of Indians.
Uh,
Yeah. So yeah, So the Hagriva is avatar of the god Vishnu. He is worshipped as the god of knowledge and wisdom, with a human body and a horse's head, brilliant white in color, and with white garments and seated on a white lotus. So symbolically, the story represents the triumph of pure knowledge guided by the hand of divinity over the demonic forces of passion and darkness. Right. But like, yeah. So the other one of the other creatures I think we used, I mean, there's like tons throughout this story, you know, we're going to have lots of them. And so it's, you know, it's pretty cool watching my artist Louise draw these creatures based on, you know, what I start putting in front of them. Say, okay, we're going to use this one for this, but here's the story, you know, use this one. Now, because I changed the characters, you know, when we put it into the comic book, I tend to forget what the hell they're called due to that. So let me hold on. Let me bring up the actual comic book so I can show you. Might be easier that way. Open. Where are we? Howler. Oops. No, don't want to go there. Let me go here. Don't want the PDF. I want the Clip Studio. There we go. While it loads. So this is one of the other characters I've been trying to I'm going to be working into. This is called a Makara. Is it Makara? Yeah, Makara. And all of these have like the kind of like a religious kind of base in the mythology or such. Right. So you look at this. It's like an alligator almost with a fox head. That's a beautiful piece of ceramic.
Oh, that is actually. What do you think that was originally used for?
I guess it might be for oil. Maybe for oil burning or incense.
Probably. Looks like it.
Or maybe like for holding a incense, right? So you light up the incense here and then like the smell would go out through to the temple or whatever it is. So look at that. It's almost like a fish with a dog head or something.
Wow, look at all that.
There's a representation there.
Wow.
Hey.
That's something.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean when you got, when you don't have TV and stuff, right? And you've got time on your hand,
You
can
got
create
stuff
some
to
cool
do.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out, I think I've done the next two issues. So I've just got to figure out as I go through where we're going to add what and what's going to make sense and what isn't, to the story. Look at that. Beautiful designs. Here's the thing, you realize that people that create these amazing works, right? Their cultures are very rich. And that build amazing things are very rich. People who don't, they build shanties, right? They live in shanties, and they don't even have working plumbing because their governments are so corrupted. That's why you can see great art come out of Asia and stuff, but not out of Africa because of the corruption there. Look at that beautiful, another amazing piece of, is that lacquer?
Well, they
Or
were
is that
doing
like ceramic? I think it feels like it's lacquer. like metal work.
Probably is. Now, they were doing this stuff before even the Roman Empire, weren't they?
Yeah, this is old. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying that they kind of were a little more advanced first, weren't they?
Yeah, look at the art, man. Look at the talent in this craftsmanship.
Oh yeah, that is something.
So this would
Probably
be
needs to
a
be shined up though.
Pardon?
Probably needs to be a little shined up though. It looks a little dirty.
Well, this is out there in the open, right? So this isn't like some sort of it's at a temple here. So this is
Oh.
aged through being there, sitting there in the temple grounds. So yeah, where are we here? So the Makara is a legendary sea creature in Hindu mythology in blah blah blah. Appears as the Vahana vehicle of the river goddess Ganga, Namada, whatever that is, and the god of the ocean Varuna. So it's one that carries, carries around gods or whatever, demons. So yeah, sea animal crocodile, basically. Fish with a crocodile head. River dolphin, right? So yeah, there's that's what I mean. Like, there's so much rich history that we have that that you can, in my case, for this story alone, that I'm able to, use as characters to enrich the story that I'm trying to tell. Like, this is early in the story, so I'll show you this. All right, so there's this one here, this creature here, which is actually the one I wanted to show. I'll show you in a minute. So this is a lamia, right? So it's like a snake tail,
right?
I mean, snake lower body, but with a human head.
Right.
So there's that one, but I wanted to show this other one I was early on, which is Lossie. All right. So this is the horse with the 4 arms. Is that cool or what?
That is actually kind of cool. Oh shit! Look at that.
Yeah.
I would almost joke and say, "Hey, Mandy made it into your book." But that would
Yeah,
be-
no, this is the male Ahaya Griva.
Huh.
It's crazy, like watching watching a workable 4-armed jacket being made, right? Because it's sometimes, like, when you're creating characters, you got to look at the aesthetics and stuff and how it's going to work in your stories, right? Get rid of that. So, is it going to work or not? How is it going to pull out? This could make a great cover, but it's not the cover. Yeah, so I'm really glad to be working with so much talented artists. So many, I should say, not much. So many talented artists working on different books and different stories.
Oh yeah, I got a few, but I had to weed through some that just didn't work out.
Yeah, you get that. I mean, like, I've been through a couple that like that as well. But I mean, when you find the ones that work well, you hold on to them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So this is one that I actually colored myself. I don't often color like complete, like I don't do the tones and everything, but this is one that I colored myself. It's the artist is James Hill, who actually has done for the Templeton horror comic. There's the one I was talking about, like how it's full horror from page 1 out to the last page. So this is a supernatural horror comic about heaven and hell and about demons and angels and everything in between. So James, he's doing the cards at the moment and a couple covers for other stories. I mean, other comics that we got, so we can get them all finished by the end of this month, December. Damn it, it's the 1st of December for us here in New Zealand, by the way. So you guys are still a day behind in the Northern Hemisphere. But yeah, so this is Sangium. He's a succubus. This is Templeton, Christopher Templeton, the human. And then you got Placenta, the demon Duke of Hell. And that's just a promo on the back cover for
Oh
the
wow!
work there.
How many of each series have you done issues of?
Well, this is one that's finished. This is the first issue for Howler. We just finished this one here as well for issue 1 for Zolandia, right? Which is the fantasy series, the Isekai fantasy series. Of course, Howler, so that's 3. Then we've got issue 2 of Incredibles coming out, right? And then the other one is a Robot Nation self-contained 2-story comic book, one shot, and that's fully colored. I just got to finish off the lettering because we're releasing it in English, Portuguese, and Spanish languages. And then the other one we've got is, of course, the one I've been working on today, which is the Tortoise. And if I remember right, I think there's one more. Where are we? There's also Vodka, right? So Valley of the Kings, which I'm helping, which I'm producing and lettering and so on behalf of another writer. And let me show you a card. I think I've got a I think, yeah, I've got a cover here. This is actually a revised this is a revised version of that book, because I think he put out two to three different issues with different artists on it. So then he approached us about, Steve Samedi, that is, if we could, have a go at it and get a new artist to work on this. So this is one of the variant covers for it.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Yeah, Valley of the Kings, and it's a dystopian style story set in the future. So I just got the reason I've got a question mark there is because I don't know who the artist is. I got to wait for, and this was just done as a promo thing. It's not a final version because we haven't even got a colorist for it, but we know who's going to color it. But yeah, so that's one of the variant covers. So wait, isn't it going to go forward for me? Nope, doesn't want to go forward. Let me open up another cover, because we've got a whole lot of work, because he paid a lot of different artists to do a lot of covers for him, and so we've got heaps of stuff that we can release as part of this. And so I'm quite excited because I think it's a 6-issue series. And I've got, actually, if you go to later on, if you go to a homepage for this channel, you find I did an interview with Steve talking about it. So this one, basically, I'm producing, lettering, and putting together for him. It's one of the covers. The details are pretty crazy in this one. We've got like lots of cards and posters already done, and the artwork, I think we're up to page 22. I think I got delivered page 22 of the inks.
Oh, yeah.
Today.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so quite a lot of work done. So this is going to be released mid next year, fully colored and everything. I think it's about 28 pages of color. 28 pages of artwork. And let me bring up the early work so I can show you guys where we at when we were doing setting it all up page-wise and stuff. But K, and bring it up to there. I think it's a 40-page comic all up. 38. Yeah,
38?
I think it's 38 page.
I'm only
Or
doing.
might
40.
actually be more than that. Let me check because I know it's got to be four equals, right? 4-page equals. So it might be either 40 pages or 44 pages. Okay, let's open it up. So this is all the. Come on. So this is the. Move that. Bring up my work page on Clip Studio Paint. It is. Oh, that's right. Oh, I know what I gotta do. I have to bring this. Cancel that. Bring this back over to the other screen. So yeah, so this is how far we've this is from like the early stages of like planning, right? So I've got, yeah, so it's a 36-page comic book, and this is where I'm like, I set up the lettering, you know, outline, thumbnails, some of the you know, changes I need to bring to it. There's like I got to finish the coloring this thing, the cover in flat color flats. So you can, let me go and zoom in a bit so you can see like the pencil works, early sort of like planning stages. So you got thumbnails, right? Then you got the outlines, storyboarding and stuff, so on. So it's an action, kind of like an action drama dystopian story.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Based in America, Washington, D.C.
How do you get things for? See, I've always had to have somebody format my files before there's. Like right now, I just send them to a folder, and my publisher does it for me.
All right.
So I've
yeah,
never
no,
known how to do
I
that.
mean, but by the time it gets ready for print, right? It gets turned into a PDF.
Yeah, how
after
do you?
I've done all this
But
stuff.
how do you do that though? I've never known how to do that.
Well, in I don't think the tabs don't open up, but actually in Clip Studio Paint, which is what I use, and I've used it for about 20 years now. Maybe 20. Yeah, I think about 20 years, approx. There is it exports to multi-page pages, right? So then it asks you if it's a PDF format, if it's single format, or if it's fanzine printing data, and so on, or EPUB, you know. So you can basically export this as a page, as a into a PDF, so that you can actually read online or download, right? So one of the things I did for this was when I sent it across to, let me bring up Paola because that'll have us see something straight away. Now, because I have it already made for my guys to go over and work on it. So there should be one for it will come to final. James, no, PDF search PDF. All right, so James. All right, so this should come up to show you where things are. Here we go. So this is me converting, say, one of these files in there into a PDF, because the thing about Clip Studio Paint is it's all contained. So it's made for comic creators, right? Is it the one? Yeah. So here's me converting that. This is the early stages of this before I start, coloring and stuff. Zoom in. There we go. As to show my my artist where I'm at with this, how it's going to be set up. It's not, it's very early stages here. Forwards, what's going to go where, how the story and lettering I've done is going to be looking on there before we go to coloring stage. Right. All the bubbles been placed up where they need to be, and there's the characters I'm talking about, like with Templeton. The Templeton here. Then you got Presenter, Shal Nag. That's what I call him. Right, he's a Duke of Hell. So just shows you for them to just be able to see it in there without having my files, my work files. They get to see this early stages of my lettering. Here, I've got all the different fonts, so it's different people are speaking. Like a creature would be speaking like in different font, so you know who's speaking what.
I take it this is not a comic book for kids to read.
No, this is the R8. This is the R18 mature, horror comic.
This kind of reminds me of Faust.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah,
it's not. Yeah.
Have you ever gotten that kind of comparison before?
No, it's not. It's not one of those. Making a deal with the devil. This is more of soul collecting.
I'm talking about like the content and the violence would probably be the same.
Yeah. I didn't want like at early on when we were doing this, I wanted to be a like a teen plus, and then I was talking to my publisher. He said, "Well, we don't have a mature comic book," and he said, "Well, don't worry about friggin' trying to cover up stuff. Just do what you want." And I said, "Okay." So I talked to James. And I said, "Well, let's go. Let's just not worry about it. Let's just go hard out." So yeah. Templeton's basically our first full-on, mature comic book. Like mature, like an R18.
Yeah. I just that's the first comic book that comes to mind when I see that. It's like that's almost as messed up as a Faust book. And I've seen one issue. I saw one issue where this naked lady just like freaking cuts the head off this one dude.
Right. Well, the thing is that, like, here's what we talked earlier on. We were talking about like genres, right? How you can get pigeonholed into just writing superhero comics for the rest of your life, and that's all you ever do, and that's what you think that the Western comics is all about. Muscular man and skimpy dressed females. So, and I've got nothing wrong with either of them. It's just that, like, once you keep doing that, it gets boring. It gets very boring very fast. So I wanted to do I wanted to be able to tell the stories I want to tell the way I want to tell it, right? Without being stuck into some sort of like pigeonholed into, oh, he only does superhero comics. I was like, no, I'm a writer. I'm a creator, so I want to be able to write and create whatever I think, is useful to do. Useful for the story itself, right? Whatever the story needs to be told, used in. So if I want manga, a slice of life, then I'm going to do that,
Yeah.
So let me bring up this. Just so people, we're talking about fantasy comics. So this is like, as we finish off here, onto 5 hours. Geez, that's pretty long. All right, so this is one of the covers for
Oh, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, so this is for those people who are watching. This is for or listening. This is Zealandia, cover for Zealandia, which is about a young girl. That's her here, Romy. Due to circumstances, she ends up in this alternative version of New Zealand, where there's sword and sorcery and magic. And
so where are you gonna put what do you think about putting the logo?
Oh, we're not gonna have a logo on this one.
Oh, it's gonna be
this is
review
like
cover?
a variant cover, so they'll be like, I've actually got it, so it's only a little like a text here, so you get to see the full page.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, you see the full art, so no logo on this one because
So
this
it'd be a
is like a
virgin
variant cover.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
it's a variant. Okay.
Yeah. So the other, let me bring up the other one. I can show you the normal cover, which is, I mean, the standard cover, which is open folder.
Yeah. I'll take a look at that, and then I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I think yeah. 5 hours is long for me to be on here. So where is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong folder. And there we go. Fantastical Romy. So this is the cover A. Click, 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 click. Yeah, so this is cover A. So that's her here, like 2 years later. See, the other one's like a year, when she arrives, and this is like 2 years later. So in this one, you can, I've got the titles here, the font. I mean, like the type, and the company logo here, and so on. But yeah, so that's us for today. I think that's that's probably one of the longest I've done. We've done.
Oh yeah, there you go.
All right. Thanks, dude.
Yep.
You want to put your links in the chat with the titles in the link?
Oh,
and
I
then
already
we'll
did that.
finish
I
up.
did that at the beginning of the show.
Yeah. You got to get your your link tree set up.
Oh, I definitely will. Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully, yeah, we entertained you for the last few hours. Wherever you are, be well, be safe, and have an awesome day, week, month. If we don't see you on the next time, catch you on the flip side. Bye for now.
Bye bye.
Cut it down, or we got to get out.
Nope, 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 nope. Can't stay here anymore. I gotta get back. I think this was the spot. Oh Lord, I beseech thee, please return me to my old life. I swear I'll do anything. Like, literally anything. And I won't bother you again, so pretty please bring me back to life.